welcome to the third and last day of the Andhra Pradesh State Youth Festival. This State Youth Festival has been momentous. You see this reel, right? When you're in tension, that you tend to speak too many words. Somehow, yeah. So this youth festival has been momentous in several ways because we just had a team from the India Book of Records recognizing this as the largest state youth festival conducted by any state in India with respect to the variety of events or many things. So in that sense, this has been a very, very momentous 3 days occasion, one. And coming to today's topic, so we would be our first event today, right now here would be the future of work. Frankly speaking, there are 2 parallel events happening. Did you recognize? How many of you here are from KLU? Excellent. You know what's happening in the new seminar hall? Huh? Yeah. There's an orientation from the TCS. Somehow I think that this is a parallel event. This is slightly 2 steps ahead of that event in the sense that, so what TCS has to do in the 2 years or 5 years or 10 years, or else how your work life is going to be is something that we are going to discuss here. In that sense, this is a very, very, very powerful session that you all should be looking up to. Number 2. Number 3, life has been going on in one way till early January, till we saw the advent of course, ChatGPT has been coming very strongly towards us. Devans, don't worry, I already used this introduction in the last thing. I'm using the same. So post ChatGPT, we really started to see the very tremendous influence of AI that's coming on us. Till then, we were thinking that, okay, AI is so much important that it can be a 5 marker or at max a 10 marker. From being a 5 marker to 10 marker, AI started to, we started using AI in our own lives. So it has become so much important, so much that we started thinking, would it really influence or impact our work? So much that I think if I can draw a good analogy from our one Telugu famous movie, Jalsa, Pawan Kalyan tells this, right? ఏదో తెలియని శక్తి కొన్ని టన్నుల బరువుతో తొక్కేస్తుందేమో అనే ఒక భయంతోని ఐ సా దట్ ఈవెన్ ఇన్ ద కార్పొరేట్ ఇఫ్ ఆర్ జాబ్స్ వుడ్ బి రిప్లేస్డ్. సో వెదర్ ఆ టన్నుల శక్తితో శక్తి మనల్ని తొక్కేస్తుందా లేదంటే మనం దాన్ని ఓవర్ పవర్ చేస్తామా అనే కాంటెక్స్ట్లో వీఆర్ గోయింగ్ టు హ్యావ్ దిస్ పర్టికులర్ సెషన్. And I think you have got one of the most esteemed panel to discuss the same because you have got people from policy, you have got people from the core AI sectors, people who have put up company internship. So don't lose the chance. So I hand over the mic to the anchor to start the proceedings.
Hello everyone, good morning. Warm welcome to Future of Work, Industry Innovation and 21st Century Life Skills. Today we have panelists coming from across India. We have Ankit Macha from Vadwani Foundation, and we have Anurag, we have Devansh, Parneet, Roshan, Siddharth and Yash Agarwal. So I will quickly give you a brief introduction about all of them before they come and join the panel. So the moderator for this session will be Rohini Sri Vaishnavi. A brief intro about her. Rohini Sri Vaishnavi is an environmental engineer by education, water policy analyst by profession, a Kuchipudi performing artist by passion, art curator and educator by occasion, and a student by inquisition. With a master's in environmental engineering from Royal Institute of Technology, Sweden, she served various positions as a sustainability coordinator, environmental analyst, and in social work as well. She has been a moderator at the World Water Week, the world's leading conference on water governance, and an ambassador for UN Water Game Changer Challenge. She was awarded as Best NSS Volunteer among 2 lakh students and is a Best Outgoing Student Award. We welcome Rohini Sri Vaishnavi to be as moderator for the session. Next, we welcome Sri Ankit Machar Sir, Director Ecosystem, Vadhwani Enterprise Network. Ankit holds the position of Director Ecosystem, Vadhwani Enterprise Network. Vadhwani Foundation leads the startup initiative Lift-Off program at Vadhwani Foundation, a US-based philanthropic organization, and is working closely with top 100 plus incubators, accelerators, state startup missions, early stage investors, and startup ecosystem enablers to support 1200 plus startups across India. Ankit has overall 12 years of professional experience and has spent a decade in creating and supporting technology, entrepreneurship ecosystem, fostering innovation, establishing incubation spaces, supporting startups in fundraising and revenue enhancement. Ankit currently offers close guidance to over 10 plus startups in various capacities such as mentor, advisor, and investor. We warmly welcome Ankit to be part of this session. Next, we welcome Devansh. Devansh is a policy consultant to the Honorable Minister of State for Communications, Government of India. He was appointed as the Y20 track chair for the Future of Work, Industry 4.0, Innovation and 21st Century Skills by Indian government. He is going to be representing India in the Young Leaders Conference in Washington, D.C., which gathers young leaders from 100 plus nations. We warmly welcome Devansh onto the stage.
Check. This.
Next we have Parneet. Parneet Kaur is a decolonization, sustainability, gender equality, and indigenous people right advocate. She is the founder and executive director of Poetry for Planet, an international youth-led creative movement to generate climate change awareness through storytelling. She has served as a senior associate in G20 Y20 India. She is one of the 100 leaders selected for the Global Leadership Challenge by Oxford University and St. Gallen Symposium. She is currently serving as the Assistant Secretary of the Youth Wing of Chandigarh United Nations Association. We warmly welcome Parneet onto the stage. Next comes Roshan. Roshan Vadasari, founder and CEO of Permissionless. He is known for touching the lives of millions of people online with his AI creations and today runs India's largest consumer AI startup. Next comes Yash Agarwal. Yash is a public policy professional with 5 years of experience across the Indian Parliament, Twitter, as well as building one of India's first policy communities. We warmly welcome Yash onto the dais. Next. Next, we have Anurag. Anurag Tripathi is a seasoned supply chain analytics professional with vast experience in consulting, pre-sales, and analytics functions. He has led and delivered supply chain projects in manufacturing, pharma, FMCG, and medical devices industries. In his current role, he is working as a program manager at Medtronics. Academically, he is a computer science engineer and an MBA from IIM Mumbai. He lives with his wife Sonakshi and daughter Sia in Gorgon. In his free time, you can find him reading and playing table tennis. Next, we have Siddharth in line. Siddharth is the founder of Swasthya Plus Network. He is a social entrepreneur by profession, working on the future of health communication using emerging digital technologies. We warmly welcome Siddharth onto the dais. Next, we have Sadhana. Sadhana is an Ayurveda propagator, Dr. Sadhana is a passionate propagator of Ayurveda and has so far conducted over 100 plus lecture programs and workshops in national and international platforms. Logical, clear, and simple presentation is the hallmark of her discourses. We warmly welcome Sadhana ma'am onto the dais. We request Rohini Sri Vaishnavi to start moderating the session. Thank you.
Hello. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? What? All? Have you had your breakfast? Can you hear me? Yeah, that's a good energy that we would love to have. Okay, I think Mr. Keshavram already gave a brief introduction to what the session is going to be and a bit of background into what Industry 4.0 and future of work is going to be. With that, I would love to ask all the panelists here on, in this evolving landscape of work, we have new technologies coming, say, disruptive technologies, maybe one every month coming. How do you see these technical advancements reshaping the industries that you are in? We'll maybe go from here.
Am I audible? Good morning. Yeah, but okay. You know, Roshni, what you started with in terms of the changes that we can expect in the industry that we work in, right? We have a lot of experts from across the field sector, FMCG, supply chain, automotives, right? I'll leave it to them to delve deep into some aspects of this. Something that I would love to start with is what will not be changing, okay? And I believe this is far more important than trying to catch with a trend that changes every few years or so, right? This is something I was mentioning in the panel yesterday. I think Roshan and Paneet were there. And listen to this one sentence very carefully, right? In fact, even before that, tell me something that when we go out to buy something, right? Most of the things these days, right, be it bread, any kind of food, right, or art or craft or something, why do we pay a lot more for something that is organic, handmade, artisanal, right? When we say that this is gourmet or handmade or something, we are willing to pay a premium for that, right? We do that because we know there's a higher element of human involvement in that thing, right? That's not exactly machine made, so to speak, right? That there's more human element in the production of that thing, manufacturing of the thing, and selling of it as well, right? The point being that the human element and involvement in any and every job will go up, right? I keep repeating this, and I will till the day every person memorizes is that one day the only jobs people will do will be jobs only people can do, right? So anything that is, again, one day the only jobs people will do will be jobs only people can do, right? Anything that is repetitive, scalable, can and will get automated, honestly it should be. Because something like an automation AI, and I'm sure we'll discuss more about this, saves us from the 3 types of jobs. The 3 Ds, dull, dirty, and dangerous. It's something we should leave it to the machines, to be honest. It's fine, right? But anything that has a higher element of human involvement, right? That will be at the core of what we do, what will be valued, what will be cherished, right? So how do you manage stakeholders? Your emotional intelligence, right? Communication, right? So-called soft skills, right? Actually a slightly broader canvas than that, right? That will not change, right? That is what will, become more and more critical, right? I think Keshav was mentioning this, in our panel yesterday, that something like an AI and automation actually makes us more human because we have to delve deeper into the human aspects of our job while performing them, right? So on a contrary note, sorry, it's a contrary note to what you asked, right? I think this is definitely, that is something will not change. In fact, become more important. So do think about it, that even in industry, what are the subjective tasks, skills that you're deploying to work, right? The human element of the job that you're performing, delve deeper into that, right? Anything that is, let's just say, objective, right? It's like a switch, either you know or you do not. Everything else is on a knob. It's a spectrum, right? The better you become at it, the more valuable you are.
Actually, those are my follow-up next questions, yes. And I think you gave a good intro to what is going to be discussed here.
So I come from a supply chain background, and see, some of the things that I feel will change. Purely say, maybe one generation ago, right, we didn't have this digital infrastructure which could enable a lot of things to happen. Today we are at a stage where from a software standpoint or from a technology standpoint, we have those enablers. One simple example is remote work, right? So it was not possible 15 years ago just because everybody did not have an internet connection. If I have to work with a 2 GB file at my home, I cannot do that even with the best of my interest because the infrastructure itself does not exist. So today, what we see is we are at that stage where that infrastructure is available, which enables a lot of this to happen. What comes next is this software-hardware interaction, right? So surgical robots, for example. Today, we don't have a lot of hardware automated things happening at our home, right? So I think next 5 to 10 years, I see that barrier being broken. And to what the co-panelists said, right? Lot of those things which can be done through a robot will probably be done by a robot in the next 5 to 10 years. So just maybe one illustration on say how this impacts the kind of jobs that are getting generated. Maybe few years ago, like 5 years ago, if you are into analytics, data analyst was a good role to be in. You could create graphs and all of that, right? Today, you just need NLP to type in what you need and it will create a graph for yourself. So that job has, if it has not completely gone off today, it's probably because of adoption, but in the next few years that will completely go away. But what will remain is the element of what to look at in the data to get inferences, right? So we will still need that ability. I think 15 years ago, 20 years ago, when computers came in, people were saying a lot of jobs will go away. But what is available today is in front of us. Yes, a lot of, say, manual files went away, but it gave a new idea of lot of computer files, so a lot of new jobs got generated. So I see the low skill jobs kind of going away, but the high skill jobs will continue to remain, and new type of jobs will come in.
Yeah.
Yes, Siddharth.
So again, talking about right now, if you look at AI in specific, so I come from the media industry, and what we do is we create content. And if you look at broadly at the knowledge economy, the idea is you're creating knowledge, you're dealing with knowledge. But with AI and large language models, and basically generative AI, you're now able to create an almost infinite supply of content, whether that's text content, increasingly also audio content and video content, right? So what happens now is that if you have millions of people today who are creating content, whether that's journalists, whether that is someone in an office, suddenly it feels like that job function is evaporating. At the same time, if you deal with knowledge, you suddenly have such a high volume of knowledge, it's very difficult for you to distinguish what is right, what is wrong, what is accurate, what is not, because sometimes, and also what is human made and what is generated by AI. Like Yash said earlier, is that there might be a premium for something that's, let's say, created by humans, but how do you even know if something is created by humans or not? So I think what that means right now, especially in the next coming days, for example, if you look at YouTube and the creator economy, that itself is a very huge industry globally. Now, if you suddenly have, let's say this is also going to affect music and movies. What you can do now, let's say in the next couple of years, if you have a script in mind, and then you can generate a script using AI, you can ask AI then to give you images and then also make a movie. It's probably a couple of months or a couple of years down the line, where you could maybe make a short film where everything from the script to the final product is created using AI. What that's going to do is create a huge influx of content. Now, how will that change things really for the entire ecosystem is something to see. What organizations are doing right now is trying to ensure they can detect content by AI, label it, maybe deprioritize it from an algorithmic standpoint, but this is a brave new world, and again, as someone in the media industry, we don't know how can you, as a journalist, for example, if you write an article a week, thinking deeply about something, you can't compete with an AI that can churn out, let's say, an infinite number of pieces. So then again, the kind of incentives we have in the market, currently if it's looking at views, page views, etc., that sort of is looking at volume in a sense. So how do we shift incentives if we really want to value content? But the thing is, I don't know if content written by humans will become like handicrafts, where we want to save them and promote them because they'll become rare and that difficult to produce with such few incentives for them to stay on. But this is something that we'll have to navigate in the next couple of years.
Maybe more like heritage pieces.
Yeah, we are endangered
Made
right
by
now.
humans. Okay. Yeah, with that, Sadhnaji, I would love you to reflect on how, in the health and well-being in your sector, how these technical advancements have roped in the past few years, and how do you see it coming in the future?
Good morning, everybody. So I have one question for everybody here. Why would you want to visit a doctor? Of course, when you're ill and when you're seeking for some health guidance. But what else do you expect from a doctor? Come on, people at the back. Diagnosis, all right. What else? What's that one vital thing that you would expect from your doctor and you really feel good if the doctor is able to give that to you? Absolutely. Solace, words of comfort,
Empathy.
and that personalized touch, human touch, love, care, right? Many patients who come to me, they say, it's okay, doctor, even if you don't prescribe me a lot of medicines, but just give me some time and then give me some space to share what's there inside me. And if you give me that, I'll be able to feel a lot better even without any of your treatments and medicine. So that is what people really expect from doctors, and the medicine and the treatment, everything else comes later. So in this scenario, would you think technology or AI would be really able to help us in any way? In this aspect, can you think AI or technology can replace? Would you like a robo giving this scenario or giving this comfort when you go to a clinic? No, right? So obviously, so the dimension of the health sector that cannot be replaced by AI or any other technology is this feeling of human touch, giving that space for the patient to express what they want and then giving that solace. My teacher used to always say, feel every patient that visits you, feel them loved. They have to go back with that sense of love and care. So I think in this aspect, because after COVID, we see a lot of online consultations happening, and throughout the world this has picked up, and the very, very gist of, or the very core of personal touch is somewhere missing in this doctor-patient relationship. So somehow I'm not very much for the inclusion of AI or technology in this aspect. But what can really help us, especially from an Ayurvedic practitioner point of view, is certainly data management, because this is really vital for all practitioners. And secondly, we have a lot of treatments. We have hundreds and thousands of varieties of treatments in Ayurveda. I don't know how many of you have undergone an Ayurveda or Panchakarma treatment, but it's got to do with a lot of herbs and oil and different kinds of mineral and biomineral products. And maybe in standardization of these treatments, in standardization of the medicines that are used, and quality check, and then also in preparing certain SOPs for the treatment procedures can really help. And in that way, we can take Ayurveda to a global level and maybe standardize it without compromising on the quality. So I think in data management and the patient record management and standardizing the treatments, I think this perspective can really help. But I really hope and wish this does not take over the human relationship and the human touch that the doctor has to give to a patient.
I think that is something that can't be replaced with any machines. Art is also another domain.
But the scenario is quite scary. It is kind of taking over. So I think we should be a little more careful and mindful about it.
Yeah, Roshan.
Hi, good morning, everyone. So I think it's a very myopic view. We don't know that the kind of level of automation that is going to come. No jobs as in such are going to exist. Healthcare is going to be taken over by AI. Everything is going to be taken over by AI just because it is fast and it works. There are not enough doctors for everyone, that's a fact. So if we want to get that level of comfort and everything to the lowest person who is in the tribal villages, everyone, we need AI for that. It gives us scale, one. Second, I think we are going to live in a post-labor world where the only thing that humans would be doing is living, enjoying life, creating. And I would want to see that nobody deserves to do a job.
But
It's been thought, yeah, you want to say?
yeah, maybe, but to develop the AI, we need people to work now.
It's already developed like that. The scale it is developing. So we'll see. We'll see peak employment. We are going to see something called as peak employment soon. And after that, the governments will have to start giving out universal basic income. That is something that every government right now is trading with. That, trying to understand how we'll be able to distribute that, what are the incentives that we can give. So work as in such that, and I don't think so nobody deserves to go in the mines and, do the mining and all these kind of things. It's very hard work. What are they doing wrong? That we get to work on the laptops, on a computer, sitting at the comfort of a home. And these people work so hard. So all the jobs are getting automated and are going to be automated, including physician's job also. And it's a good thing. It's not about it's a bad thing or a good thing. It is going to happen anyways. So, and we all will be happy creating art, doing dance and everything else. Thank you.
Yeah, I would love that if my job is taken care and I'm just overseeing it and doing my art. I would love that. But maybe in the light of both the panelists, maybe we can bring it to a point where AI looks at the preliminary screening, like it gives you right information on which doctor to consult and how you speak to your doctor, how you diagnose your ailment and how you communicate it better to the doctor so the doctor's time is more efficient. To be
I think
available
it's going to start there, and eventually everything is going to be done like that. Because the comfort that ma'am was talking about today is possible. It's not that difficult to generate that, the kind of context and the kind of awareness used artificially. It's not that difficult. And in the coming 6 months, you're going to see more disruption on that level. Today we already have AI companions. My company makes AI
workplace, outside of it, and so much more, right? Some of the closest friends that I have in my life, and I'm grateful for that. I met them on some occasion or the other via work or, some whatever, right? So that's one thing. Second thing, in Finland, actually, they did, in a smaller, not a state, but a district within Finland, they did the whole UBI experiment. You know what happened? At the end of it, people who received, let's just say, helicopter money from the government, they still went back to work to the labor market. They're like, the money is fine, I'll just go to the bank account and want to work. What do I do at home, right? I mean, how much of an art can you create? Someone like me can barely draw a stick figure anyways. But the point is that, what Roshan is saying, there's an element of truth to that, 100%, right? It's just that our work will become easier, it will become more productive, right? It's just that, right? We'll get paid more for our hours of working. Our standard of living will go up, right? But we'll never be like all of us sit at home and create art or something. In fact, I hope that's not the case.
Also, another example for what Roshan has mentioned, AI taking away and becoming a more human, is that movie. Which movie is that? That speaks about robots. Yeah? Yeah, Rajnikant's Robo, in which we see initially it was made just to assist the professor, and then eventually it takes over, it gets human emotions into it, and we all saw how it ended up to be. Yeah.
So building on what Yash has said, I think, and Sadhana ma'am has said, it's like that human component cannot be, devoid, like it cannot be removed from these interactions. And I think Siddharth rightly mentioned that we need to focus more. Now, what will happen when AI comes into the picture is that we will start focusing more on our cultures and traditions. We will start, having this system where we are highlighting the culture and the traditions of our indigenous communities. So in that scenario, I think, the coming in of AI looks positive, but at the same time, there's pessimism around the fact that it is going to, make us completely devoid of any meaning in life. I think it's our dharma to, perform, it's our duty to be able to work, and I think there is a certain level of satisfaction that we receive when we work hard for something. Otherwise, it would be like a communist utopia. So,
yeah, now let's maybe listen from Devansh and Ankit on how AI has helped and helped the industries and how the industries have taken a shape.
I would like to begin with a very simple quote. You know, there was this quote that I had read a while back that said, any technology so far ahead of its time will always be perceived either as a threat or as magic, right? And with artificial intelligence coming in, it's the same thing when computers were originally rolled in India, you know. There were massive protests on the streets, there was destruction on the streets because people thought it's going to take away jobs. Today, can we imagine our life without computers? Very simply speaking. It's the same thing with artificial intelligence. And the moment ChatGPT rolled into the picture, within 5 days it hit 1 million users and people were worried, oh my God, it's going to run us out of jobs. But do you know what was the first thing that happened? The first thing that happened was it created a job called prompt engineering or prompt engineers. People who can use ChatGPT to the proper extent. So instead of eradicating a job as soon as they rolled it, it created a job. Another example I'd like to give in was I was traveling in Rajkot. It's a city in Gujarat, and I was passing by a construction site. And the construction site was, as construction sites usually are, they are wrapped around in the huge aluminium sheets. They put up those sheets outside, and there was a hoarding put up. There was a hoarding on the outside that had a ChatGPT screen on it, the picture of a ChatGPT screen, and there was a single sentence written in the search box: "Hey ChatGPT, please build this building." There was a satirical take on the fact that artificial intelligence cannot build your building, at least not yet, right? So when we talk about labor markets as a whole, and when you talk about artificial intelligence taking it by storm, it's a very complex issue. You know, this is not a Pixar movie, and we are not living WALL-E, where humans are floating through space in a ship enjoying life, and there is no life, and everything is done by artificial intelligence and robots. We are complex creatures by birth. You know, we need to understand that when we talk about artificial intelligence on a global scale, it's not just America, Europe, and India that we're talking about. We're also talking about Somalia. We're also talking about other nations. And for these nations to grow and develop, or with all of us, it's going to take some time. And that time will also be used for other nations to grow, for individuals to grow, and for us to realize that, okay, there might be some jobs that will be replaced by artificial intelligence, but that will lead to a better quality of life, a better quality of jobs that individuals will be doing. Like we had Maitreyi on the panel yesterday whose company works for sanitation workers so they don't have to get down into the sewers. But now they manage the machines that get down into the sewers. It's given them a better quality of life. It's given them dignity to live with. That is what artificial intelligence is offering us with. Another example I would like to sort of touch upon, because Roshan touched upon it, is the use of personal companions today. Right? Personal companions are something that people use. You know, you can talk to the personal companion about anything. Right from how your day went to your deepest, darkest fears or your deepest, darkest fantasies. That is something that a lot of people usually use personal companions for. Here I would like to bring in the case of Japan. Japan, one of the most technologically advanced nations on the planet, known for its technology, also had personal companions brought in way back before they were introduced to India. If you look at Japan's youth population right now, it is decreasing at an alarming rate. The people that are depressed, they find it hard to form human connections, and because of that, they're not willing to engage in marriage or to engage in the process of childbirth. And that's why Japan has an increasingly increasing age population and a decreasing youth population. Now, that's not something that we see happening in India. India, by its culture, by our very roots, is a very culturally bonded nation. You know, we begin our journey as communities. And when I say communities, I mean the villages we used to stay in, right? That's how we begin our journey, all the way now up to institutions, colleges, and our country at large. So I don't see those changes coming into India, at least for the next foreseeable 40 to 50 years.
Thank you, Devansh.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. Okay, before getting into what lot has been covered already here, just wanted to understand from the audience here, who's worried about AI? Who's worried about AI taking your jobs? Nobody, right? So everyone believes here that AI is going to help us in doing better what we are doing currently, right? Yes, no? More productive. How many of you have used ChatGPT on a daily basis? Everyday assignments, homework, writing case studies.
Professors, please
Yeah.
take note.
That's almost
Everyone, right? Even my 5-year-old daughter uses now a chat GPT to create examples of what to do in a day when she's not going to school. So that's how it's going to be. I'll give you some specific examples on how AI is helping, and of course, ChatGPT is one. But before that, AI has been there for 10 years or more than 10 years with us. The initial artificial intelligence, the algorithm started way back in 2000. It's been 20 years that we've been seeding artificial intelligence in our daily life. These small things. We've been started worrying about it once OpenAI came in, ChatGPT started opening up the entire Pandora box, is where we started threatening our life. But essentially, AI has been there for so many years. And what you see on Netflix when you get recommendation is AI. What you see on e-commerce, Amazon, when you get, okay, you've purchased this in the past, we believe that you would need it again because it's been 6 months. That's AI. That's all algorithm that's it's been there. Or when you get a cab, Uber, based on your rating, because you have a 4.6 rating, you get a 4.67 rating cab, is AI. So all this has been there for you, but it's just that we didn't know about it. Now that ChatGPT has come into picture, we started realizing it. Another area where we as a foundation or the founder, we have an institute called Artificial Intelligence for Social Good. It's based out of Mumbai, where one of the areas that we're using AI is how do we implement AI for social good. And one such example, and just this is how it's helping the society at large, is we have these Anganwadi women going into villages and helping in the pregnant women and the newborn child in villages. Now earlier they would go and take pictures and take notes and put it in a register, come back and report. Now today with a just scan of 6-7 pictures that they will take on a tab, that the algorithm that we've created, the data gets recorded automatically on the server, and you have an exact data that whether the child is malnourished or the pregnant women needs some support. So all that has been able to do. And secondly, in the education, I come from entrepreneurship startup ecosystem where we work with entrepreneurs, startups, helping them to create, validate ideas and prototype, and then of course get them ready for funding. One of the areas that we're using AI is now as a co-pilot, where the basic questions as an entrepreneur I can ask because I am afraid to ask to the other people, not able to disclose my feelings, my emotions. I don't want to disclose what I'm thinking. So I use a co-pilot. I put in my details there and it starts giving me it's like a sounding board. So I get one validation done at my side, and then I can go and ask a mentor or an advisor or a faculty to kind of help me, okay, this is the area that I'm stuck in. And then of course you have n number of uses from the chat GPT. So of course there's going to be a major change, as co-panelists said. It's going to revolutionize the entire industry. You'll have to upskill. That's the future, but it's also going to create lot of exciting ways to do the current work that you're doing. So that's from my side. Thanks.
Yeah. Roshni, can I just?
Yes, sure.
Just want to add 2 specific examples, especially because a lot was spoken on the and I come from the medical devices industry. So maybe just bringing in 2 specific use cases where we are using AI in business, right? So one of them is image detection, right? So there is this process called so there is a process where you need to insert a device inside the human, and there is images that are being sent out by that device, like hundreds of images per second. At the end of that procedure, the doctor needs to sit and evaluate maybe 10,000 pictures to determine whether there is a polyps formation or not, which is an indicator whether it's cancerous or not, right? Now this activity is very error prone because the doctor needs to go through like 10,000 different images and he has limited time, right? The same thing can now be done using AI and image detection, and it has been proven that it is more cost effective and it is faster, right? So this is where I think we are able to augment doctors' bandwidth and do some part of that work and make it better, make it quicker. Second example is, I think most of you would have seen the movie Three Idiots, right? And if you remember the climax, there was a delivery which was about to happen, and there was no doctor available. And Amir Khan had to do that delivery himself. He was not a doctor, using guidance from a doctor who was collaborating over the video, right? Now, in this whole picture, just replace Amir Khan with a robot, right? So that's surgical robotics for you, and that's happening. So you could actually, the doctor could be sitting in Delhi and be performing the operation, and the robot sitting in a tier 2 or a tier 3 city in a hospital, a remote village hospital, can actually be performing the surgery. So you get the same amount of precision, accuracy, the knowledge of the doctor, but at a tier 2, tier 3 city, which allows you to go much further in terms of spread because the doctors are limited, right? So much so for where it can help, right? The challenge why human might still be needed is new diseases continue to come in, right? Which were not there earlier. They didn't exist. And so far as I know, and my knowledge on AI is limited, AI can look at history, analyze the history and predict something. But what if something has not happened in history? It's unprecedented. How do you train the model to do something which has not happened before, right? So that's where I think, especially in the context of diseases, we'll still continue to need people to do that research and provide that insight. Because ultimately, artificial intelligence is built by someone based on human intelligence. So, and science today is not perfect, right? There are a lot of unknowns. So that unknowns will continue to get evolved and we'll continue to learn.
True, true. Even in like my sector, I come from an environmental engineering background. Earlier, we used to have like, yesterday one of our other panelists was telling, if we want to get a data of a remote area, someone have to go there, for example, say water level. Someone has to go there, manually take it. Now we have sensors with IoTs where you sit to the capital of the state and you just get the data there. And also another thing is that, yeah, data analytics do give outputs, but to turn it into an outcome and how do we apply that data and leverage that data and use that data is again human intervention there. With that, we'll just go with one question from the audience. Anyone from the students, any questions? Yes.
Hello. Good morning to all panel members. I am Sudhir Kumar representing Siddhartha Pharmacy College, Vijayawada. Now my question is, as I am the pharmacy student, I am here to know how our non-IT pharmacy students pursue jobs and how Indian government uses the knowledge and work of pharmaceutical sciences to achieve the goal of reaching 5 trillion economy through 4th industrial revolution in 21st century. And my question to Mr. Devanshu sir, which type of policies that our Indian government introducing to increase the economy through pharmaceutical industries and youth of pharmacy? As the Indian economy depends on the work of pharmacy, where there are no creature on earth who says, I don't need a medicine when he or she suffering from disease.
Yeah, thank you for that question. Before we answer, Yash and Siddharth have a flight to catch and they are leaving. Just give a big round of applause to them. Thank you, Yash and Siddharth, for joining us for these 3 days. We really appreciate your time. Thank you so much. We'll see you soon. Yes, Devanshu.
I think the first part of the question, sir can answer better. The second part, I'll answer. Sir, if you would like to begin.
Sorry, could you repeat the first part? It was related to pharmacy, right? What is the kind of policies?
Policies, yeah. I think the non-IT policy question.
Can I repeat the question, sir?
Yeah, please.
Okay. Now my question is, as I am the pharmacy student, I am here to know how our non-IT pharmacy students pursue jobs and how Indian government uses the knowledge and work of pharmaceutical sciences to achieve the goal of reaching 5 trillion economy through fourth industrial revolution in 21st century.
Okay, no, so I would probably like to answer on this side. So today there is no distinction between IT and non-IT. I think basic computer knowledge has become like a foundational skill that sits on top of all these different disciplines. So if you are a pharmacy student, if you are a mechanical engineer, if you are a computer science engineer, everybody has to know that foundation layer of computer science. And this gives rise to a lot of opportunities in terms of collaboration. I'll give you an example, right? Pharmacy. So bioinformatics, for example, right? That's a big area of development today because because now we have the technological prowess to do gene sequencing, gene identification. There are a lot of cancers for which we don't know the reason today, right? And the answer lies somewhere in analyzing those genes and trying to find out a cure by altering what is causing that gene to change, right? So, and that's a big area, and in fact, a lot of the Nobel Prize in Medicine the recent years have gone to cancer research, especially in these areas. So, if you talk about pharmacy in the classical sense, right, then that, again, like I said earlier, the low skills job will go away. But these kind of new jobs will come in where there is a very, very bright future. I think that I hope that answers what you're looking for.
Thanks.
Could you repeat your question to me?
Which type of policies that our Indian government introducing to increase the economy through pharmaceutical industries and youth of pharmacy, as the Indian economy depends on the work of pharmacy, where there are no creature on earth who says, I don't need a medicine when he or she is suffering from disease.
Okay. I think ma'am here is proof that when people say I don't need medicine, they go to her. You know, Ayurveda is the place they go to when they say they don't need pharmacy. I'm just kidding. But when we talk about government initiatives in the pharma sector, right, I think one of the first things that come to mind is the Pharma Ed platform that is being launched. They're launching a revamped Pharma Ed platform. I think just a month ago they announced it. By the end of this month or next month they're launching it, which will be providing end-to-end services of pharmacies all across India for them to easily sell their products. Second is the production linked incentives that are coming out. Right, the government is giving a lot of space and a lot of encouragement to people who are producing generic medicine and helping them come up. That is why we also have the Jan Aushadhi Kendras as an option for people to sell generic medicines as opposed to the big brand names. And the third one I would like to say is inclusion of young professionals within the government. Right, I am sitting here as proof. Malika was here. Yash has worked within the government as well. There are spaces now for young people to actively come up, become a part of the government, and play a hand in the policy making roles. Right, there are pharma students who are working in the Ministry of Health in the pharmacy sector, helping them make better decisions and understand what problems are being faced actively on ground. Right, because with the bureaucracy, what happens a lot of the time, they're in one echo chamber. They sit with their own batchmates, and sometimes it happens that they lose touch with the ground. The ground realities do not often travel up to these places. But when the steel frame gets additional support from young professionals who actually come from the ground, who are facing these issues when they were studying in colleges, when they applied for jobs, and when they finally came up to here, they can help them understand what the problems are, and we can make policies in a better manner. So combine these things, I believe pharma sector is playing an amazing role going forward. Not only pharma also pharma is obviously one of the big four sectors of our economy, but apart from that, the medical industry as a whole is progressing at an amazing pace. You know, India is known for its medical tourism right now. A large amount of tourism that we get is for people coming to avail good quality medical services at a sustainable cost to them, right? So I think, yeah, this should be enough to answer your question.
My question is to Roshan. Roshan, what you said was, of course, diametrically opposite, but I want to deliberate a bit on that question. The image that you gave was something like Marx always said, okay, people will be very happy, very free, there is no one above us. Someone will be earning and we'll be happy. So government would be giving you some income, just sit, eat, enjoy, pursue art. But isn't that a very lazy and lousy kind of life? Something that we should not pursue, number one. Because work, as Yash was also saying, is not just a source of income. It's a source of your identity. It's a source of your skills. You get a lot of skills as you work. and it's also source of, okay, your connections. So man derives meaning by connections. Work is also a source of identity. So if AI is really, assuming you're true, I'm very sure that you are going to be true on technology, we may be there. But if that is the case, should that not be a life we should not be pursuing? Because ultimately, technology should help humans. If it is making us lousy, lazy, something, I think Harari tells us in his Homo Deus, right? Like an identity-less life, you will feel worthless. Then should we not stop AI?
No, sir. I'll tell you something. The coming here and sitting here and telling that we do work for the meaning of it and stuff like that comes from privilege. I've seen people, I've seen mothers, I've seen fathers who to get like 2 square meals a day to get their students to school and colleges, they work very hard. And if as a government, I think, see, we are slowly moving towards a level of progress where everyone can be included now. And if that is the scenario, then I want to make sure that these mothers, these fathers, they get that basic income so that their life becomes at a certain level where they can pursue higher dreams. So I believe in Maslow's theory of motivation.
Yeah.
And I think that if the basic needs are met, then at least like, let's start there. Let the basic needs be met of every human. And from there, I am pretty sure that humans will figure out the next frontier. But until then, that is what you and everyone has to do. Thank you.
But I think that part where, okay, at least, this may be going philosophical, but majority are in the lower rungs of the pyramid. All do not want that, what you call, theory of actualization
Because
as
you never
Maslow
gave
wants. I'm happy like this. Okay, I come to my college, I teach my classes, or else I sit here. There should be some space, okay, in the world that you're trying to create. So there is certainly, I'll be seeing someone as above me and someone whom I cannot reach. Why should I go there?
I don't think so. I think we'll be far more, I believe in decentralization a lot, and that is why I'm saying this. So we'll have no one above us. That's what I feel like. As soon as the societal basic needs are met, and what I'm asking for is not much here. I'm asking for like 3 square meals a day, 3 nutritious meals. My children go to school. They have the opportunity, the permissionless for them. There is no barrier for entry, and all this can only happen if we forget that people like us who have privilege, and we actually go to the normal population and we look at them. We look at how far they have to travel from their home to school, home to work. People do not deserve that. I don't think so. Like humans should be put into that kind of condition where every morning they wake up, and very few people like Yash, me, all of us sitting here, everyone is very privileged and they have worked hard for it, obviously. But because of that, we can come here and say that, I am working for meaning and stuff like that. I don't think so. People at a certain point do, but there are some very hardworking people who work for money because they need it.
I think,
That's
I
the
think
point
these
we're trying to
two are.
make. You said, right, while we all might be sitting here coming from certain places of privilege, we worked very hard to get here. That is what we're trying
Not
to
everyone.
tell. No, absolutely. Not everyone. You're saying not everyone on the panel has worked hard to be where they
No,
are.
not like that. Not everyone.
And second thing,
not
what you're
everyone who
dreaming of-
says stuff like that has worked very hard to
What
come
you're,
here.
what
That's
you're
what I'm
talking
saying.
of is an extremely idealist world with changing stances. First, you said people should not have to work at all
Correct.
and enjoy. Then you move on to they should.
No,
have
I am
3 square
still on
meals
that
a day.
point. I'm still on that point.
Roshan,
I'm still on that
that's a
point. I'm
very
telling
idealist
you.
point of view.
I think these are two different points. Bringing a world where every human has a decent life, has food to eat,
Correct.
has basic necessities met.
Correct.
That is one other thing. And another thing is going into a world where world runs on its own, world will not run on its own. We need people to make sure that everyone eats.
But there can be better
think
means
so.
if you are vouching on a very powerful tool, which I think even the likes of Elon Musk say that it could be devil, which could overarch all of us. Should you be using, okay, there is this famous dialogue in Jalsa, right? If you want to turn off light, you can switch it off. You need not blast the transformer. Aren't you blasting the transformer to switch off the light for 3 square meals a day? Isn't it too big of a solution? Because there can be too many side effects. But once, how many of you have stopped thinking or else started relying only on ChatGPT for your speeches once ChatGPT started coming? Aren't you delegating your mental labor, lot of mental labor there? You are elite. You are elite in the sense that you really use your minds. But several people who do not have the basic numeracy, they are delegating their work.
a
They
good
are
thing.
going to that these of meaninglessness, definitely.
It's not. When we talk about the beauty of human creation and beauty of human art, most art has come out in the times where humanity went through its worst time. You talk about COVID, you talk about Renaissance, which revolutionized the art industry. It came during the French Revolution.
So
when
nothing has to do
humans
with
were
the point.
fighting for their rights.
There's nothing to do with the point. What I'm trying to make is that simple.
Absolutely. There
that
is.
humans. So since I'm trying to bring this on the topic to more work is because we're talking about future of work, not AI per se.
Yeah.
So I believe that once universal basic income kicks in, then what humans will be doing is, and like art is not just drawing or painting or anything like that. Art can be anything. And in fact, I think code is art as well. That's a big thing I propagate. So everything can be art if you do it in a way to like touch people. So there are going to be products, things like made, which are going to be like artistic. What will happen? And we are talking about a very, how do you say it? It's a decade away. It's not very close and it's not that far. So we are going to see, and every government, like Finland, all these places are trying UBI, and we will crack it, and we will not have to worry about our next meal.
Ultimately, as you say, it is the government who has to do this. So do you
We
think-
are the government. We are the government.
So
Who is
you
the government?
telling
We are
that
the government.
The certain 1% are going to be the government. So the corporate who do not have any responsibility, who do not have any, okay, at least you need not be voted as well. So why should they put all of this on a 1% corporate who may not be knowing the reality? I think the power should actually be with the government. And will government agree with this wherein AI overtakes everything and they too will be jobless?
Like this AI overtakes is because we have very dystopian movies like Terminator and all. It's not going to happen like that. It's a very wrong point of view. I think
AI
it's
overtaking was all the jobs was the point of discussion, right?
Yeah.
the AI is not going to take over our is not going to be violent and stuff. When I'm telling you it's going to take over, it's going to be more like a slave to us. That's what I'm saying.
Fine, yeah.
Yeah, definitely. And I think humans are far more powerful. So
Yeah, I think Anurag ji has a point to add.
Yeah.
And then
So
you can take
I
the
think
question.
with any revolution, there's a tipping point. We saw industrial revolution, the ramification of it is climate change. So climate change is something which is a ramification of industrial revolution. Anything that is growing at an abnormally high pace, it's cancerous. And I think that goes for AI as well. So he said that, you said that, we would be writing poetry when we are free from all these miseries of life. As the founder of Poetry for Planet, which is an international youth-led creative movement to share the stories of unsung climate leaders who are fighting ideological, financial, and political battles, and they're working on ground. I think that refutes the purpose of poetry. For me, poetry has been there for me when I was at the lowest. It has brought me so much solace. So I think that art comes from pain. As humans, suffering is a reality of our lives. I think that is how we realize who we are. So the entire, I think it would lead us to a point where we would start questioning who we are or what we are, because at the end of the day, we require a lot of challenges to figure out who we are. And if it removes those challenges, at the, it is going to create this existential crisis. So it is going to lead to, we already are at the verge of, an epidemic of loneliness. So I see that AI is going to step in that sense, and it is going to create space for care economy. And I think there would be revitalization and a recognition of the feminine attributes, care, kindness, empathy. So it's going to create an economy, but I think we have to do a long-term cost-benefit analysis of this entire situation. Like AI, we find it really amazing, but what is happening? We are not reading anymore. We are not thinking creatively. There are people who are not writers, but they are relying on AI just to create art and poetry. What is that doing? It is diluting the essence of being human. And creativity is something which is so human that once we outsource it, I think we erase what it is to be human. So,
Yeah, thank you, Parnaith.
Just a couple of touch points, right? So I think one differentiation that I would like to counter argue is instead of making life worse, actually technology has been an enabler, and it has helped a lot in democratizing access, right? When we talk about places of privilege, Today, I mean, maybe 1 decade ago, you had to be at a certain privilege to access certain institutions, for example. Today, anybody with an internet connection and a Coursera can go and listen to the lectures which are being delivered at MIT and other great institutes, right? Which was not possible earlier. Similarly with medical, right? Unless you had a 30, 40, 50 lakh rupees investment, you could not go and study medicine. But all of that is changing. So technology has been an enabler in a sense that it has helped in democratizing access. What will happen in the long term is everybody who wants to do something will have the opportunity to do something. It's not that everything will be equal. There will still be poor people, rich people, but at least nobody will not have access, right? They will have an option. They can choose not to work. That will lead to a lot of these mental health problems that the developed countries and the first world countries are facing today. But that will be a choice that the individual will have to, which was not there maybe before the advent of technology. So to that extent, I think it's still good.
That's a wonderful point that technology made access easy for everyone. For example, even for people being at distant places or even people who are less privileged. People, for example, say if we take a government office earlier when applications were to be handed in hand, you have to go to the office, you have to find the officer if he is available there or if he is in a good mood to accept your application, all this. But with automation, with making it online, anyone can apply at any point of time. That's a wonderful point. And another question, please.
So I would like to ask, what is the challenges that women are going to face in the upcoming industrial revolution and the industry innovation, through which, if women cross that hurdle, more percentage of women employment can be seen in the industry sectors and in the upcoming industrial revolution?
Right.
So that's my question.
Thank you. I think your name is Rajita, right?
Yes, my name is Rajita.
Thank you, Rajita. I would direct it to Parneet. And Parneet, maybe you can also throw a light on how technology is, how can we make it access to indigenous communities? How is it affecting how AI and this artificial intelligence and all the developments that we see are impacting vulnerable and tribal communities? And how can we take them along in these developments?
So you asked what are the hurdles women are facing. When you look at the proportion of women in the STEM, the science, technology, and engineering background, it is going to give you a very stark picture. We're going to be set back a lot of years when it comes to our goals of gender equality. So the green economy that we're talking about, the transition to green economy, is going to be predominantly patriarchal because it's mostly the males who are dominating this industry.
Yes.
So it is going to be at a cost to women because they're not part of this revolution in a sense. So we might get a sustainable world, but it won't be just because it won't be feminist in that sense. So this is the first thing, that we need to get more women in this, in science, technology, and engineering and medical fields so that they can become pioneers rather than working at the lowest ranks. That is one thing that we need. Since you asked me, in addition to that, how can we take indigenous communities? So I have a friend of mine, he has this app, Govardhan app, and what he's doing is he's documenting all these indigenous medicinal plants there. So he's creating, I would say, a repository of all these amazing indigenous plants that we have. And I think it aligns very much with Ayurveda. So if we take that into consideration, AI can be used to highlight these communities, like what is the indigenous traditions that have been taking place, and in that way, that's a good use of AI. So, but again, women, how do they step in? I think care economy is something that they can step in, and that would be how can we monetize unpaid care work? Because like everybody's been saying that we are going to focus more on the human attributes. So that would imply that there is going to be an emergence of new economy based on attributes that we have been shunned for, you know, because we are considered so kind and, so submissive. We are going to change that through care economy because that is going to be in demand. Even when they come to the doctors and they ask for, words of solace, when you think of solace, you think of your mothers, right?
Yes.
So this is, I think in that sense, AI is good. But again, it has to be the pace at which it is going on, it has to be controlled. because anything that is, again I want to reiterate, and anything that has been growing at an abnormal pace, it is cancerous. So it is going to, if women take the lead, then we can have a feminist future, and we can see a revitalization of the idea of matriarchy. And matriarchy does not imply that we are going to dominate. It's just that it's going to be a better world where you're able to open up, where there's no toxic masculinity. Yeah.
Thank you, Parneet. I think another point of how can we as women grow and have equal opportunities for all the young girls here is, one, get a good exposure of the world out there. Read, and attend summits like these. Get a good exposure on all the different aspects, different domains that are around you. And just have that thirst for knowledge. That is one thing. And the second thing is break all the barriers. Break all the barriers. Even if your parents say, okay, maybe, say if you have a conference in a distant place, and if they say, enduklemma vellala ala ante, take that stand. Take that stand. Have that courage to speak up to them and say that you have to go and you have to do what you want. Also for that, and you have to bring that confidence in them that you are in safe hands and you can manage yourself on your own. Bring that confidence in your parents and break all the barriers that see you as women. And of course, you should embrace your femininity and the natural attributes that you have as women. But at the same time, don't look at it as a barrier or something that is stopping you from doing anything. And with that, we can go to the next question.
See, the founder of Apple, Steve Jobs, left a note on his deathbed saying that, though I spent most of my time in the laboratory, found Apple, but it did not give me happiness what I wanted to. And he said, now I am about to die due to cancer. And now, at that point of time, I realized my life being wasted. Now my question, I have seen this in the West, in most people's of the lives. So my point here is, technology is okay in the economic perspective. But the problem today is that people are suffering with the mental illness. And as she rightly said, the Dr. Madam rightly said, the machines have, the technology has a limited role to the external world. When it comes to human beings, real happiness comes from within. Or I would say there is an intelligence within you. So now the problem is, due to technology, we are moving away from our naturality, and it is also affecting the nature very badly. So that is the one point we have to look at it. Otherwise, see, without a human, the world will exist because of the nature. So we are badly affecting the nature. So how we should have the balance between the technology and the nature's existence?
Yeah, I think that's what we yesterday also spoke in the session of sustainable development. And thank you so much.
Yeah.
Question, please.
Good morning, everyone. My question is regarding the AI. I know AI is creating jobs, but AI also developed a problem called plagiarism, because if we consider art, as you have mentioned art, if you go to a website in future and type something like develop something, create something which is most greater than Mona Lisa, then it can create in future, maybe not now, but in future it can create something which is more greater than Mona Lisa painting. So don't you think it would be add a reason on why we shouldn't develop artificial intelligence more? Because genuine talent artists will become less, and maybe in future there would be a art museum generated only by AI images. The art generated by AI. So
Art generated by AI. Yeah, it's already there, like where we say
that is what I would
digital
say.
art.
So maybe it is creating a problem for genuine artists and genuine talent, because a plagiarism is also creating, and it also creating something which is not done by humans. So art is something it should only be created by someone who have feelings, right? So it doesn't have any right to create.
That differentiates also, right? When you have art made by AI, you still call it art made by AI, and you will not call it normal art because you see that it is mechanical and there is no human element in it.
It's indistinguishable.
Indistinguishable?
Yes, yes.
I don't think so.
So we have like artists like Beeple. I don't know if you know about it. When Beeple started making digital art, he used to like, I don't know if you know about Beeple, right? No. Beeple is basically a digital artist who sold his painting for $69 million. When he started creating digital art, this is what people said, that art is supposed to be not made using computers. But he has been making art using computers and people are liking it. I think art is very subjective. It totally depends on what a person likes and what dislikes. So what you are saying, there is going to be an audience for that. And there is going to be an audience for this as well. The lines are going to blur a lot. And at the end of the day, all of these things, I don't know why do I sound dystopian, but I'm very utopian. I think that we're going to live in a very beautiful world. That's what I think. That's what I always mean. But even the art somebody is going to create is going to be using these things as tools to create it. So don't stress about it.
Yeah, thank you so much. I would also like all the panelists to throw some light on gig economy, which is growing these days. And also in these lines, what are the skills that they should upskill, reskill themselves with?
Okay, I can take this one. See, the way we are defining a gig economy, right? Today, the way we are looking at low-level jobs as gig economy. But if you go to developed countries, right, you have people who are paid very well and who choose to do freelancing work. They can get into Google or Microsoft or any other company that they want, right? So it's not a matter of their skill. But they have chosen to work as freelancers. And that's something that's going to happen increasingly in India as well, more and more. And if you look at it historically, right, maybe our parents' generation, for them, government job was the thing, right? Once you get there, you work there for 30 years, you retire from there. Our generation, we are more used to getting into private jobs, working for 5 years, moving on. Right? So the natural progression to this is purely freelancing, where you are, and it helps companies as well because they don't have to invest in an employee for so long in a rapidly changing world where that skill set might not be needed 2 years down the line, right? But you are tied with that resource. So gig economy is here to stay. The trend is going to even catch up more and more. And we might even see some very high skills coming into the gig economy rather than just the basic labor force that we see today.
Yeah, that's a good point that gig economy will embrace more skills. I mean, more professions that need good skills.
So, yesterday we were talking about how India as a country always had always a job creators. I don't think so we were job creators. I think we were self-employed a lot. Like we had a big Varna system where there were potters, where there were, a different level of class of people who worked. And I think all of them can be categorized as gig workers, right? They used to work and...
Wonderful.
Right?
Yeah. Right? Maybe the word gig is new, but...
Yeah, of course it's a West word, but I think we have been a country of this. And I want to tell this to all the students out here who are going to sit for placements and this and that. You are studying here to develop a skill. And that skill's only outcome is not a job. Obviously, you have to become productive and stuff. But it's not just working for a salary. There are millions of people in our country right now, and we still need a lot of people who can be freelancers. So in case you're not getting that interview or you're not getting that job, I'll urge you to learn freelancing slowly. Learn how you can learn. There are 3 skills that I want to give you for the future of work that is going to stay for the next 2 years and stuff. One is video editing. Learn video editing like crazy. It is needed right now at a very large scale. Second is designing. You have graphic designing, you have UI UX designing, you have play cards and all these kind of things, board, hoardings, and it's going to be needed again because we're becoming more and more visuals. Third is coding. This is what wherever I speak, this is what I urge everyone, that learn the basics of coding ASAP. even if you're not from this field, you have to do it, is because we are moving more and more, like the lines between IT and non-IT is also getting blurred. AI is going to come in, is on the way only, but before that, IT is being merged to everything. So I would urge every one of you to learn coding as a skill, and it is not difficult. Whoever tells you it is difficult, it is for some geniuses. It is not. It's a very basic skill like baking. It's as okay-ish as baking. So don't put it on a very high pedestal. Keep it very low and learn it. Thank you.
I think it's the first time today that I am agreeing with Roshan with everything that he just said. Because it is true, we've always been people who did trade, who did business, and we've been growing so far. The gig economy might be a Western term that is just originated, but that's been something that has been around for thousands and thousands of years in our nation. And as students, I think it's the perfect time for us to try our hands at gig economy, because we don't have a lot of time on our hands. We might get 3 to 4 hours a day, but that's enough to put towards working towards one particular client, 2 clients. You can take them on, and it can be any field. There is not a single field today that does not have a gig economy standpoint to it. You talk about, like he said, about graphic designing. I come from a finance background. You have chartered accountants, financial consultants, and so many other occupations. There's even doctors who are consulting on Practo and other apps to take on clients in their free time, right? So this is a space for you to figure out how you can make the most of your skills. Like Roshan said, you need to upskill yourself. I said this yesterday, that jack of all trades and a master of none is always better than a master of one. This is an era where you need multiple skills. You need to be presentable. You need to understand how the other person thinks. You need to have a certain set of skills that set you apart from your peers, right? And that is what will get you ahead in life. That is something that all of us need to focus on. And gig economy, it starts, I would say, at least in the past, after globalization in India, it was still limited to the transport industry in the beginning. Then it slowly started coming into photography and other creative sectors, but now every single sector is open for it. People trade and give advice on how to trade. We had Sujay here, who takes people who run shops on Instagrams and turns them into brands, Zwende, right? So these are businesses that have been created on the basis of gig economy. So it's a huge sector to get into. There's plenty of opportunities right now, and opportunities especially for young students and the youth. And permissionless, of course, Roshan's company.
Whatever the Roshan's,
And we have another.
Okay, much has been covered. Just on the softer side, and this will not only help you in gig, but being an entrepreneur or a professional, whatever you choose in your life in the next 3 to 5 years. 3 C's. One, of course, is learn the art of collaboration, whether it is gig or a startup or your professional career. Collaboration is very, very important. In the age of digital era that we are looking, the remote work that we are doing, you need to learn how to collaborate with different tools. You should know how to use different tools to collaborate so that you can get your work in front of your audience. It could be your customers, it could be your manager, employer, or it could be in the gig economy, whoever is giving you the project. Second, very important, is communication. And I don't mean English or anything. I mean being able to put forward your way of thinking, what you're feeling, and with facts. So make sure that you're able to read more, understand more, and be able to communicate well, put forward So communication is very, very important. More importantly in the gig economy, which is going to increase only. And third, which is very, very important, the creative thinking, the mindset, the analytical thinking, being able to grasp new things that are happening and able to apply, whether it is your assignments today, whether it is your exam, or whether it's going to be your new project, or later in the career or gig economy, being able to quickly grasp and move on. And one of the point that one of the co-panelists made is gig economy is going to grow because companies want more and more relevant skills And if you are able to apply those skills and learn it fast, you'll be able to sustain in the career. So make sure that you're able to understand or able to learn this 3 major skills. And what that entails is, at this age, for you is minimum 12 hours of work every day, and Monday to Saturday if you don't want to do it Sunday. At now, at the age of 35, 12 years into career, we are spending 12 hours a day, Monday to Saturday. You should definitely be doing that to learn various things, not just your college stuff. So that's a piece of recommendation and suggestion for all of you. Thank you.
Parneet, you wanted to add something?
So I think gig economy should also be understood in the context of gender equality. It is going to provide women a lot of opportunities, the kind of flexibility that gig economy is providing women. I think it should be leveraged by all the girls and students here, because this is how you shatter the barriers, right? So if your parents are not supportive of your whatever you want, your passions, it is going to allow you to become financially independent, and it will allow you that kind of freedom, and it will give you confidence. So I think gig economy is going to revolutionize, and is truly going to empower you on your own terms. So that's the point that I wanted to make in the context of gender equality. Yeah.
That's a good one. Roshan, you wanted to add something on you added on the key skills that they have to develop, right? And any insights on how do they approach in developing these skills?
So step 1.
Where do they start from?
I think on YouTube, you can learn anything. YouTube gives you everything that you want to learn. It's right in front of you. And since you have access to ChatGPT also, you just have to go there and type, like, I want to learn video editing, and it will give you the exact, okay, use this prompt. I want to learn video editing, give bullet points. It gives you the exact bullet points, and from there you can learn anything that you want. So I think we already have the tools right now. And just the most difficult part about learning online, or like the reason that I still believe that colleges are going to exist, is because self-learning requires a lot of discipline. There are innumerable resources outside, but for you to actually sit there for the next 6 hours and learn that course, you need discipline. So out of all the skills that I would tell you to inculcate, one would be become highly disciplined in whatever you do, because you cannot have disciples without discipline. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you. More questions from the audience? Yes. Yeah, you can go.
Hello. Hi, Vanandal. I question to Devan sir and Roshan bro. First of all, who creates AI? AI created by man, human. So man is ultimate. Apart, can AI use the voting system? Like, first of all, in India, we have ballot box and VMs. Can AI replace the digital voting system like biometric or eye scanner?
Yes.
And another question to Devan sir. India have lot of youth, and India is the 5th largest developing country economy. But in industry type, there are many industries privatization. Even ports or airports. Why they are? But in India, in every state, every district have some product. Like I came from Srikakulam. Srikakulam, the main product is cashew. If government takes the cashew industry, so introduce the take care of one industry to work to more people. So why they are not industrialized? Why they are privatized? So that's my question to Roshan bro. Why can I use the AI voting system?
Yes, definitely. And in fact, I don't know how many of you know about a blockchain. Like it was very popular last year. Now it is not.
Any audience? How many of you know about blockchain?
Blockchain, crypto. Everyone, very nice.
Maybe you could give a bit of context to blockchain.
So basically, I think somehow blockchain came before AI, but technically it had to be like after. Now is what we need, like a public ledger to understand what is like truth and what is not. So voting is also going to get revolutionized, but it's like it totally depends, because when you say that you have to form a government, it takes whenever there are humans involved. This is why I keep propagating AI, because whenever there are humans involved in a decision, there's a lot of friction. Every time, if you want to like get a lot of people to agree, like I and Devansh are very good friends, we don't agree on a lot of things. See? So that is why even in like a small group of people, for people to agree takes a lot of time. So even if you really want to propagate AI like iris scanner and thumbprint, all these kind of things, it will take a lot of time before we actually implement it. But it is going to happen. The technology is already here. And in fact, if you want a good place like to study is something called as world coin. It's called world coin. Study it and you will understand like how we are going to operate as humans in the future, what is our identity going to be, how iris is connected. Thank you.
The second part of the question to me was, why is government not, they've privatized ports and airports, so why are they not privatizing industries and districts? I think that was the gist of your question, right? See, I am a very firm proponent of the fact of the term that government should govern. They should not be in the business of doing business. Leave the business to private people to do it. Because if you bring in the government to do business, then you're going back to monopoly and license raj. Where there are not opportunities for people, then you again go back to the system of dynastical politics, of how only if you know somebody you will get a job and not on merit. But what the government has done instead is there is a scheme of a government that is called one district, one product, where every single district in India, they have selected one or two products of that district, and it is sold at all major airports and railway stations of that particular city or the center of whatever might be the important centers of that state. What this has done is, it has made people, whenever they're traveling, whenever there is tourist interaction, people become aware of the different products that are being sold in different districts. They understand what is being done, and these are local people, local industries, not the big industries or the big names. There is also a website where you can order products from different districts of India. It is called ODOP, or One District, One Product. You can look it up. So this has given a tremendous boost and encouragement to our local artisans, our local industries, and to people who were earlier not able to reach their customers. While this might not generate employment at an immediate basis, it will not, you will not see tangible results in say 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, or 10 months. But 10 years down the line, 5 years down the line, you will see a great boost in this, because business, what was not being generated, is now being generated. And this will take time, because it takes time for awareness to spread for these things. So, yeah.
Did that answer your question? You have more questions?
Thanks.
Yes. Yes, I think also another point is that we should all be aware, and we should know a bit of what the role of state is, what the government should do, and what is outside the government scope. I think markets and industries are to be driven by it. It should be market driven and not, government should do what it is meant to be done. Yes, please. Yeah.
Hello,
yeah.
Yeah, so I think it's good afternoon to all of you. So I just want one thing from all of you, because from all the respected delegates, please tell us, from the age of 20 to 30 years of age, for the peoples in between these ages, what is your personal favorite books that one must read once in a, at this age, to everyone's favorites, I'll ask everyone.
That's a great question.
Some
what
books,
would you,
one of your favorite books that you read in the middle and that changed your mindset, all these things.
Yeah, to develop a strong mindset,
and students who are sitting backside, they should note
thoughts.
the name of books, so that they can, when they have free time, they can study these things.
Yeah, please make a note of it. Any,
Right,
any
so-
books, or maybe it could be authors as well, could be speakers whom they can follow on social media.
Right. So the question here is, if you are in the age between 20 to 30, what should the books or the authors that you should follow? I said, from my side, it's not about the age. You should definitely be reading books every week, every month, regardless of the age. But at the stage that I'm seeing most of you, I come from startup ecosystem world, so I can give you those areas because that's something which is close to my heart. There are multiple people that I follow, but one of the books that you can read is 0 to 1. Second, on the other side, if you're looking on creativity, mindset development, there's a book called Mindset, which helps you understand what kind of mindset you should develop at different occasions in life. So that will give you on very deep analytics on your left brain and right brain, and when does you have your gut feeling and when does your brain takes over. So very important if you're very interested in understanding the science behind gut feeling. A book that I would recommend. And the third one that I would say is a book on why. Why should you do anything that you're doing? And the very question, keep asking yourself why. So these are the 3 books that I would recommend from my side.
I think for me, the one book that I recommend everyone between the ages of 20 to 30 is The Defining Decade. It's by Dr. Meg J. She's a psychologist who's worked with people between this age group, and it's the culmination of her findings. It basically talks about why this is the most important decade of your life. It covers all subjects ranging from your job, your career, your family, your love life, everything. It talks about it in a very systematic and sensible manner that makes you understand opportunities might be sliding you by and you might not even recognize it, why it's important. And I come from the policy space, there are 2 books that are really dear to me that I go back and refer to every time I'm in a dilemma. One is In Service of the Republic, The Art and Science of Public Policy. It's an amazing book that teaches you the basics and nitty-gritties of how public policy works. And the other one is called Ethical Choices and Strategic Dilemmas, Lessons from Mahabharata. It talks about how how India as a nation, whether it be its foreign policy, its economic policy, or just for us in our daily lives, what lessons we can derive from Mahabharata. How do we, make our choices in a way that might leave us in a dilemma? How can we make those choices based on our ancient wisdom? So I think, those are the 3 books that are really close to me and I would recommend. The first one is The Defining Decade. The second one is called In Service of the Republic. And the third one is called Ethical Choices, Strategic Dilemmas, Lessons from Mahabharata. Thank you.
So I think the one book that has truly redefined how my work in feminist advocacy has been shaped, it is The Invisible Women, which is exposing data bias in a world designed by men. So it is by Carolyn Criado Perez. She is a British feminist. And I think we didn't touch upon one thing that the data set that we are training on, it's biased. It's gender biased. That's one thing that I have, so it is going to give you an overall view about where all, there is data bias, there is gender bias basically. So that's one book that has truly transformed. And there's another book, Ritu Vidya. So as, when we talk about feminism, people are going to be like, she's going to talk about Western feminism. But the thing is that Ritu Vidya is one book that has transformed my understanding of feminism from an Indian perspective, because it's talking about ancient practices of menstruation, the traditional knowledge that our women have. And, data tells us that the menstrual health of women in rural areas is way better than women in the urban areas. So who is a better feminist in that scenario? So I think that again, when we talk about empowering indigenous communities and reconnecting with our roots, that book has truly revolutionized how I understood menstruation. So these two books have truly revolutionized, and I think I also have the last suggestion that Devansh said. Whenever I feel lost in life, that's what I hark back to.
Yeah, these two are my personal favorites too with respect to feminist literature. Ritu Vidya is a must watch for adolescent. Must listen, you can find her on YouTube as well for adolescent girls.
No, I don't look like that, but I think everyone from at least from 18 to 30 should read the Bhagavad Gita. That's like the most honest recommendation that I can give each one of you. That please read the Bhagavad Gita. Second book I personally like a lot is Art of War by Sun Tzu. This is the book, and the thing is, we all have been taught from a very young age to be in defense. It's because we don't know how to be in offense. Once we learn the skill of aggression, once we learn the skill of war, I think that is going to benefit in all your domains, like whatever you do, from your studies to your college life to your corporate life. Art of War will benefit you. And if you don't want to go there, if you really want to take pages from the ancient times, Chanakya Niti is another book that I recommend. Arthashastra is like, you have to read it. Thank you.
From a holistic health point of view, I think these days the understanding of health is just limited to physical body. So we feel that if we take care of our physical body, maybe go work out, have good food and then nutritious food, then have good sleep, then we are done with it. But somewhere we are missing on the fact that holistic health or the complete sense of well-being also depends on the wellness of the mind, wellness of the emotions, and also there is, the higher force within us called as the spirit or consciousness or the soul. So I think if we want to get a grasp of what holistic health really is all about, then, or maybe in your journey towards health, then a must read for you is Approach to Holistic Health by Dr. Vasant Lad. It opens up all the dimensions of your being and also gives holistic solutions to maintain a sense of balance and then well-being at all the dimensions of your personality. This is the first recommendation. And then I'm also a follower of great yogi and philosopher, Swami Rama of the Himalayas. So I follow his books, and my personal recommendations from his collections would be number 1, Living with the Himalayan Masters. I don't know if anybody here has come across this book. It's a wonderful book talking about his experiences with his masters at various aspects and point of his life, and it is a big eye-opener. This is my second recommendation. And also, I think for the youth between the age of 20 and 30, 2 more books that would really help them are, number 1, The Art of Joyful Living. It is also again by Swami Rama, and The Creative Use of Emotions. So it introduces us to the so-called unknown dimensions of our personality, like the mind, the thought, the emotions, from where they originate, and then how to deal with them, and then how to have a grounded personality amidst all the chaos that is happening around us. So I think these 4 books would be my recommendations for you. Thank you.
I believe in the future, it's going to be multidisciplinary, like somebody mentioned in the co-panel. So while reading, my advice to especially this 18 to 30, because you have right now not gone deep into any one particular domain. So explore as many different domains as possible so that when it comes to it, you can make an informed decision. And if not, eventually in the future, everything anyways is going to be multidisciplinary. So we'll not be talking in terms of science and commerce and arts, but there'll be things which are getting merged and new branches are getting formed, right? So with that in mind, I'll not talk a lot about the books, but I'll just give you some names. So if anybody is interested, they can go and search for it. So behavioral economics, for example, is an area. You can look for a book called Fooled by Randomness by Nicholas Tayeb. He has another popular book called The Black Swan, which most of you might be familiar with. Then there are a few other books in this category like Freakonomics by Letton Hewitt and so on, right? So that's one area which may be of your interest. The good thing is they are not academic books. You will not get into the details, but you'll explore that area as a layman. Another area, for example, is say biology and what's happening in gene and gene therapy and so on, right? So there is this very good book. It won the Pulitzer Prize, I think, few years back. It's called The Emperor of Maladies. It's a biography on cancer. It's written by an oncologist, Siddharth Mukherjee. So that's a good introduction to gene therapy. And then you can also read Richard Dawkins and other authors in that area. The other area is quantum physics. There are writers like Brian Greene, Sean Carroll, etc., whom you can follow, John Gribbins. And there are some good books out there like In Search of Schrodinger's Cat and all. So the point is, you have heard of this term quantum physics, you don't know about it, you don't know where to start. One option is you go deep and start looking at an academic book. The other option is you can go to these books, get a fundamental idea, see if it cues your interest, and then take a decision, okay, this is what I want to pursue. So yeah, these are some ideas from my side.
Thank you, Anurag. I think that covers a wide range of domains.
So good afternoon to the panel members. I am Tejasvi from SRK Institute of Technology, NK-Padu, Vijayawada. So my question is, how does digital literacy influence an individual ability to thrive in technology? How does it influence individual persons?
How does digital literacy help an individual to grow?
No, I think it does a lot. I'll just pass it on, but I think it does a lot, and we all learned this the hard way in COVID, right? For example, I was staying in Bangalore, my parents were staying in Delhi. So they learned it all by themselves on how to book an Uber, right? Because I was not there for them. So this is digital literacy, right? Small things like ordering on Zomato, like it might seem very natural to us, but if you ask one generation above us, they find it difficult, right? And this is going to be the norm going forward. Things that might seem difficult to us today. I mean, just take an example, right? If you look for any 3-year, 4-year, 5-year-old today, browsing a mobile, doing things comes very naturally to them, right? So that's how digital literacy is going to progress. So it is a big enabler because it allows you access to all these different things that are available out there. Yeah, so I think that answers the question, but I'll leave it to the other panelists.
I think, again, from an Ayurvedic practitioner's point of view, Ayurveda literature is something that was written or documented in classical literature form, and the digitization of these works were really rare. But then during COVID and post-COVID, now the rarest of the literatures that are available, the medical literatures, are easily available, and then the access is very much open, and then most people can get into it. And also, I, as a lover of propagator of Ayurveda, has taken a lot of help from this aspect, wherein I'm able to connect to a lot of people across the world and then help them in understanding the concepts and principles of Ayurveda. And also, of course, through blog writing or reels or Instagrams, you are able to reach out to a lot of people and then say what you want to say. And I think for me, in the direction of propagation of Ayurveda, this digitization of everything has really helped in reaching out to more people and also giving the real essence of Ayurveda amidst all the chaos and the not so real Ayurveda that is present.
I think like digital literacy is a must, and it should be like taught at the most grassroots level, like when we start in the primary, and we already have computer classes. But I think more than digital literacy, I think like the government should have policies and schemes with which we'll be able to buy laptops. Like we used to be a lot of more students and a lot of this. I think we are already starting that. Governments have worked on it, but I think it's time that we have low-cost laptops because the mobile phones are good. It works for the consumer. But if you really want to be a creator, you need a workstation. the laptop is a good start. So in terms of increasing digital literacy of people of India, I think it should start by making computation accessible to everyone. Thank you.
So digital literacy, coming from personal experience, digital literacy allows you to, convert something simple and something so personal as poetry into a medium of healing. So I think digital literacy is required in that sense that it allows you to, magnify and amplify simpler, I would say, pleasures of life into like a brand. So that is, I think, that is where you start digital literacy, and I think it is the foundation stone of future of work. Yeah.
I completely agree with all the panelists here. That I don't think there's anyone who disagrees with this. Digital literacy not only empowers individuals, communities, and people to come up with new ideas, put their voices forward, learn new things, expand their business, start their business, and basically make their presence, make their mark where it couldn't be earlier. Because the communities were smaller, they were not able to go out. Digital literacy is something that has made it possible for us to go forward today, right? And I'm glad Roshan brought up the point. Why only government should do these things? Like I said, the government is here to govern, not to do business. And I'm very glad that he brought up that point, because there are companies that have brought in laptops that are extremely cheap, under 20,000, under even 15,000 rupees. Laptops are available in the market right now, and going forward, as technology becomes cheaper, as the chips become cheaper and smaller, we will have even cheaper options in the market. So that is something that I believe we as a community, we as in, as students should demand from the private, because we are the ones who create demand. They have to match that demand and create supply. So when we demand certain things, it is possible to make the companies understand and listen to us and deliver on those things. So I think we also have entrepreneurs here. Maybe they can do something, create a laptop that is cheaper and more accessible to the markets. Maybe Roshan's company, Permissionless, can have finally digital devices that they, give out to the communities and fulfill his lifelong dream of making it accessible.
Definitely, and I think I can demand from the government. The government can encourage the entrepreneurs by giving them
PLI schemes exist.
By giving them subsidies. That's like, we only can ask. Once we receive it, then we'll stop asking. But until then, we have to ask, right? So once we ask once we ask our representatives to provide us something, so I think the government from the top level can provide subsidies to companies like Permissionless to manufacture low-cost devices. Example, it's a joke, but other companies are also there, like great companies. You can provide hardware companies, you can start units in your own state to provide this. So I'm just saying, I'm not telling the government to like distribute freebies. I'm saying, let's encourage, let's keep this conversation going, that someday we have a system where hardware companies can also become like easy as to start like a software company today.
Mostly everything is covered. The question, coming back to the question, is how important. If you were to look in the past, maybe it was something which people were aspiring to. If you ask me today, it's like water. You can sustain without water for for few hours, few days, but it will require eventually. Future, when we are talking about future work, it's going to be like air. You'll have to live. So that's to answer how important it is.
It's a must. Then any two specific skill recommendations for your sector that make them prepare for the future of work?
I have already spoken about this quickly. Collaboration, must have, whatever you're doing, and good communication. Build on those two soft skills.
Devansh.
I think for mine it would be empathy. Have an empathy for the people you understand, because with policy making, what a lot of people don't forget is that you are not making policies for individuals. While they might end up as numbers on your dashboard, those numbers are real living breathing people. So have empathy for them, you know, when you're trying to get into this field. Understand that these the decisions that may or may not be made will impact real lives. And the second thing, always have an attitude to learn. Keep an open mind and be a lifelong student. So I think those are the two things that I feel are most important for my field.
Just Devansh, out of curiosity, I'm asking. Empathy is like a very big word and vague. How do we actually do something to make ourselves more empathetic?
Very simply, you know, small things, right? Especially when you're learning. I'll give an example of something that we did in Symbiosis when we were working on the mental health policy. This is how we gauged empathy levels. It is not possible for, because when we began, we had one therapist per campus, and that campus catered to over 1,800, 2,000 students. It is not possible for one individual to keep track of 2,000 students, but it is possible for a student to keep track of the 60 students in his class. They know, like, we as peers know what is going on in our friends' lives, and we understand, we gauge their emotional balances. You know, if that person is feeling low, if that person is not doing so well with his responses, the way he talks, the way she acts, you know, a cheerful person might suddenly become extremely reclusive, or you know, there are certain expressions that you see on a person's face. You understand that the person is going through. It could be as simple as just going to that person and asking him, what is wrong? How are you doing? What has your day been like? Is there anything I could help you with? If that person wants help in something that is well within your power, please feel free to help it. If you can't, maybe guide them to the right, or if even you can't do that, just be there for them. Have a word with them. When you start doing this at this tiny level, you know, you do it with one friend, you do it with 5 friends, 10 friends, your class, your batch, all your batches, your college, your campus, and that's how you begin to grow and understand. That's why I said, I think in one of the previous panels, you know, for me, a true leadership for me begins at a student level, you know, because when you have lived with your peers, you have fought with your peers, that's when you understand what they really want. So that is like a lengthy explanation.
Just observe your friends, understand what they are going through, try to put yourself in their shoes.
Empathy is basically, you know, the value on which my 2 organizations have been established. So I'm going to echo again. But so personally, empathy is how so there's a concept known as eco-anxiety. Since I work in the field of sustainability, if you're working in the field of sustainability, you will come across, and you might be currently grappling with anxiety and stress because of climate change. So how did I come to, you know, talk about this issue through Poetry for Planet? It was because of the fact that my peers, my fellow climate activists, let's say in Chad, Chad is one of the worst, it's the worst affected country by climate change. So there are people dying, there are people actually suffering, suffering because of climate change. So I think that was the point for me where I realized that we have to utilize poetry and creativity, which is another of the skills I would suggest. So that was the point for me when I thought that empathy is truly something that can allow you to bring change. And creativity and collaboration, again. So these are the fundamental, I would say, the fundamental blocks of of any revolution, and it is the most honest expression of humanity. So creativity allows you to be your authentic self, and it allows you to redefine world on your own terms. It's like you're unfolding yourself as a poem. So that's these are the two.
I'll go more into the specifics. I think you like 2 parts. One is learn JavaScript and Python, like ASAP. Everybody should, like, it's like a thing. The next 30 days, if you want to really learn something, learn JavaScript and Python. Second is that have some level of designing knowledge. Like use a tool, learn a tool like Figma, which is like openly and freely available for like basic usage. So learn JavaScript, Python, and learn how to design using Figma. Thank you.
2 things that I would like to share with all of you is, number 1, I think all of us must have a higher purpose or higher goal in life. Let us not just get settled with petty things and then, just waste this precious human life that all of us have got. So let us strive hard to orient each and every thought and action and duty of ours towards that higher purpose or higher goal that we have set in life. And number two is that I believe that I'm my own competitor, nobody else around. So I think we should strive hard to become better every day, become better versions of what we were yesterday. I think that's going to take us a long way, and then ultimately it will give us contentment and satisfaction about our own lives. Thank you.
I'll talk about two skills, one hard skill, one soft skill. Hard skill, and it's counterintuitive because we are sitting in the future of work, right? I would say the primitive thing that everybody out of college should know is how to use Excel effectively. Right. So no matter we may talk about AI and all of that, but at least I have experienced this in my life. When people join from college, simple things like pivot table, VLOOKUP, working with large set of data, right? One of the challenges working with AI is it will give you the answer, right? But if you are in a job where you need to explain why this happened, you need to understand the fundamentals, right? And that will happen through Excel as a starting point, which will help you to understand structure, take information out of data. So that's an absolute must. Everybody should know. It might not sound very fancy, but it's very, very useful, and it has stood the test of time. So that's on the hard skill part. The soft skill, I would again emphasize, and it has been spoken about before, is communication, right? And I was not aware of this myself, but when I speak to like peers from across the globe, I feel at least in India, we do lack communication skills, or maybe it's not given that much importance as it should be. And when I say communication, I don't mean English as a language. I mean the ability of us to being able to explain what we are trying to say in as little words as possible and in as simple way as possible. And that's something that we don't explicitly practice every day. So my suggestion would be, take any idea, right? A book you are reading, do a book synopsis. A movie that you have seen, do a book review, movie review. Try to do two versions of it, right? A short version and a long version. That will help you refine your thoughts and being able to explain what you are doing to others. And in today's world, when you talk about collaboration and all, this is a key factor that's required, especially in a remote setting where you might not have met the person physically, don't know which school of thought he comes from, what are his biases. So communication becomes very, very, very important. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. And another skill that more of a soft skill I would recommend is patience and attention. Improve your attention spans. More questions? Yes.
Good afternoon to panel members. This industrial revolution is about reaching the productive output through work of AI in the future. Okay. And my question to Mr. Roshan sir, what is your opinion on the which theme that work in fifth industrial revolution? Because at that time, if AI reaches our expectations, as we are having the most youth in the world, we will have access to any information. Okay. And my question to Mr. Devanshu sir, will the youth of India at that time, if primarily focuses on distribution of knowledge all over the world, or try to be the number one in the world and controls AI? Because we started this fourth industrial revolution to become the largest or even the third or second economy in the world by using this work of AI.
I'll start with the fifth industrial revolution, which I think is there, and I'm very long on it. I think biotech is going to go crazy as soon as we achieve this. Second would be like a post-beautiful world that I keep talking about, where humans, I think, won't die. It's a very abstract thing to say, but death will become a choice, and we will be advancing biology like anything, where we would be like creating artificial limbs using 3D printing, all these kind of technologies. It is going to happen, not today, not tomorrow. I think we are seeing some parts of it where, you know, teeth are being like 3D printed and all this kind of small human parts. I think liver is being 3D printed right now. So once we have all these technologies done, so humans will start experimenting more inside, like look inwards, and we'll have a big revolution of biology happening where diseases cease to exist. I want to see a world like that, and I think even if I want to start the next company after AI, I will be going into bio. Yeah.
I think quantum biology is also quite progressing. Do you have something to add?
Okay, I'm going to start with a little philosophy and then end up where you want me to end up. Like I said in my previous answer, right? Any technology so far ahead of its time is either perceived as a threat or as magic, right? If you look into our epics, our history where we come from, right? There is description of weapons that seemed mythological at that point, but are existing to missiles that hit on sound. Residents of various countries today, they are Indians or of Indian origin. It is a proud moment for us as Indians as well. They might have left the country for whatever choices, but today they are choosing to associate with their Indian origins. They are choosing to come back to the country and build this country into something new. So by the time the 5th Industrial Revolution rolls around, I'm very confident that India will be at the forefront of it. We might have missed the 3rd Industrial Revolution because of colonialism and the problems that came along with it. But with us taking charges into the 4th revolution, we've had a massive 5G launch across India, which was completely done by computerized. There was no human touch over there. We've launched our 6G test beds. India is putting all its effort into leading the semiconductor industry. We have research that is being done by our IITs who are collaborating with scientists and researchers across the globe. All these are signs of the fact that India is readying itself for the next step. We're on the cusp of greatness. All it requires is some time and the final push from us youth, and that is what it will take to take India to greatness. See, Indians have never ruled or controlled, right? Because even when Raja Ram won Lanka, he put Vibhishan in charge over there. We've never believed in the idea of controlling or ruling. We've always believed in the idea of sharing. So while Indians will be at the helm of it, we will lead it. We will not rule it nor control it.
We'll co-live.
Hi sir, basically what Roshanji told, I literally support for his argument. Because before coming to the point, I want to tell only one thing: necessity is the mother of invention. The reason is like, today I'm paying my Flutter developer literally $10 per hour. Who is doing for every hour? He works literally for 8 hours a day and he's earning around $80. He works only for 5 days a week. That's the reason whatever you told is 100% true for the youth here to gain the skills towards Angular, Flutter and other things. Literally, you added a very add-on point to them. Thank you.
Welcome, thank you.
Any question? Okay. There we have a question. Can you please pass the mic?
Before we move on to the next question, I just want to tell you that so we are behaving this way to have some flair of entertainment in the panel. Otherwise, we're very normal people only. We don't talk like this. I just wanted to make sure that this point comes across that your interest keeps on moving in the in this direction. Your attention is there. That is why there is some flair of entertainment. Otherwise, everything is fine, guys. We're in a good place. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is N. Harmia. I just want to ask a general question. I mean, it has stuck in my mind that we are developing so much, AI is creating so much, we are getting so many data from different sources. For example, there are moon samples coming to Earth and so much more. But I feel like we are not utilizing the sources fully.
Correct.
As youth, what we can do, because maybe in a large university there are people who can teach you, but there are many rural areas, small colleges who are not even properly teaching the subject. So how we can utilize this information, how we can gather those information and those limitless sources, and how we can transform them into something that we would like to, and we can achieve something with those.
Beautiful. So it's not going to be solved that fast, but this is one initiative that I did that you can copy paste in your own areas. So I'm very well connected with the slums of Bombay, like Dharavi and all these kind of things, where I do visit a lot. I do have very good friends as well from there. So what I do there is, whenever I go there, whenever I'm working, I work in a place where a lot of kids can come there and see what I'm doing. And then I'm with my friends, so that the thing right now is that India needs an example of, how do you say it, like a technological entrepreneur, like a face. Once we have that, there are going to be multiple people who are going to follow. Like Mark Zuckerberg was one very good example for the US people, where his entire personality really helped. So we're going to need like multiple Mark Zuckerbergs in our country, where for each state, for each city, for each place, we'll have people who are just working and showing what are they working on. And with that, once the interest is peaked at a young age, where students like 13, 14 years of age, when they see somebody like me working, or somebody like, let's say, Devansh working, once they see that, we'll have more and more people getting inspired and continuing the same work. And this can be applied to any industry. It can be applied to politics as well. So the best thing that for people who understand, people who are in this part, can do is start creating content. Start coming out more to people. Start talking to more students. I think, yeah, that's what. Thank you.
We say selfless work, and in Telugu we say kudi cheta danam cheste edam chetik teliyakodadu ani. So when you give alms with your right hand, your left hand shouldn't know about it.
Correct.
But it's no more the case.
Correct.
You should let people know that you are giving, and not with a selfishness and not with a ego, but the others to follow.
No, I think
to be an inspiration for others.
I don't think so. Like I still think that your left hand should not know what the right hand is doing. That's for sure. I'm talking about, this is completely different. What I'm talking about is you just doing what you are and people observing you, your work. Charity is different.
No, I did not mean necessarily charity, but then drawing a parallel.
Charity has to be, I think that, I'm not a very big supporter of people who do PR activities, that they donated this much and stuff like that. That should be, once it gets known, it's good. It's like, it's a good thing, it's inspiring. But if you're giving someone something, don't tell other people about it. Then the entire purpose of you giving is diminished. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Hema Malini. I'm from Konaseema district. My question is, after existence of artificial intelligence, many industries were using artificial intelligence and replaces manpower with artificial intelligence. So every nation of the country and development of the country depends upon every individual income. So the industries replaces manpower, then he or she remains as unemployed. Then how can get employment, and he loses their employment? Any skills that useful to those unemployed people to survive in their life?
See, firstly, I think that, not to sound bad, but we have a problem of unemployment already. AI is not like, for AI to replace your jobs, you need to have jobs. So, yeah, I understand your point, and it's like I'll tell you a very honest reality how the PR world works. Whenever you have one argument, for them to generate eyeballs, they need to create a counter argument. So this AI replacing jobs is a counter argument. And the best line that I could say is, AI is not going to replace you. A person using AI will.
Yeah, that's true. And that was kind of summarizes the entire discussion, and that's what we were discussing the past 2 hours. It's like AI will not replace humans, but the persons who using AI will replace you. So you have to be adapt with the technical skills.
Can I say one more thing?
With AI.
I'll urge everyone to be extreme. I like the fact that collaboration and everything, but the people at the top are extremely competitive, and that is the reason that they are there. I'll urge all of you to be extremely competitive in whatever you do. Be the best, excel in everything. You cannot be mediocre. The entire reason that our country is not developing and stuff like that is because mediocrity has been normalized. We for the reason of being empathetic, we tell them, oh, it's okay and stuff like that. Failure can be good also because it induces pain. But I'll urge all of you, like one skill you can develop is aggressive competition. Learn to be the best in your field because the people at the top are the best. Anybody who's telling you to be like normal, this and that, they are just telling that for the vanity. But everyone at the top is extremely competitive, and once you are there, then you can be far more calmer. You can be okay, now we'll help others also.
Yeah. Until you reach a certain level of
Yes.
satisfaction of where you are, you have to be competitive, you have to be passionate, you have to have that rajas.
Think for yourself. Nobody is going to help you. Neither the government, neither any companies, nobody is going to give you handouts. Anybody is giving you free is going to take like millions of like whatever from you. So anything you can do right now is to make sure that you eat well, your family eats well, and from there you can slowly keep growing. All philanthropic efforts should start at home. Thank you.
Thank you. One more question from that side, and we'll close for today.
Good afternoon. Myself Sirisha from SRK Institute of Technology, Vijayawada. Here I am going to ask all the panel members that as we all know that AI can change the world into better. So what if AI does not take our decisions and make it our own decisions? And what if it does not listen to our instructions? It is good or bad, like disadvantages of AI even.
So the right dystopian thing that I think is going to happen or can happen is, this is not to be like I'm not scaring anyone, but I think more than that to happen, what will actually can happen is that some like a bad mafia or like a big drug dealer or something like that, like a big shot who has like this will, I don't want you to record this, but I think what will happen is that they will get access to extremely powerful AI, and then they will like continue to use it for their advantage, and that is the bigger problem that you have. And I think like again, what I want to iterate, humans are the problem. Bad humans specifically are the problem. AI is just going to be another tool for usage. And before that, we will have greater threat to humanity would be accelerating nuclear. When it becomes more and more accessible to like it is now accessible only to the top governments, it's going to slowly proliferate into like normal, like let's say a Fortune 500 level organizations. It could be like drug dealers also. From like when these technologies get accessible to them, that is when the real problem is going to begin. And we are not ready for that. That I can tell you. Like that is a dystopian future. I hope that not happens.
Yeah, I think that's when government should come and take over and govern properly.
No, I think the industry is already taking note of it, right? If you look at AI, I think what Roshan said, right, that technology is a good slave, but slave will behave what the master tells, right? And how do you ensure your master is just and kind and ideal that you want them to be, right? So one of the things, and this has been in the news very late also, right? Lot of these leaders in AI are probably slowing down their pace of AI development because they are spending time to build guardrails around how do we make it more foolproof that it does not fall into wrong hands, right? So it's counterintuitive. If you're talking about progress, you want to progress at a fast pace, but that at the same time, technology is also taking a step back and saying, what are the pitfalls that can happen and how should I build guardrails in my system inherently which will stop that from happening, even if it falls in wrong hands, right? And that's kind of a debate, so there is no right or wrong answer to it right now. This debate is happening, and even within the AI industry, there are proponents on either side of it. One of them which is saying that, okay, let's grow with our continued growth. Let's not impede the growth because so many people are dying. We need this technology faster. There are people who are saying, hey, but hold on, right? What is the pitfall? If it falls into wrong hand, do we have a risk? Have we evaluated that risk correctly or not today? So the point is, whatever we are thinking, these discussions are happening. Right now, I don't think there is one concrete answer that everybody in the industry agrees on, but these discussions are happening.
Yeah, I think the goal of this session is to also keep these discussions running.
Just to like clarify this, this is what the people want, like the top companies want you to know. But nobody is slowing down acceleration. Acceleration is going like crazy. Even just for that simple, like I told you, it's a very PR move for people to like for people like us to think that we need guardrails, and so it's very important. I am also in big support of guardrails, but the problem is the acceleration right now is going at an extreme pace, and nobody will stop because it is fueled by capitalism. Not saying it is bad or good, that's for us to be, it's very subjective, but it is being accelerated like crazy. Everybody's all in on the race. The entire reason that I got in on this race is because I saw it. Okay, people are extremely, when I went to the valley, I saw that, oh my God, this is like next level. In India, nobody's doing it. So I had to like pivot my entire company for the last 7 months to focus only on this, and that is the reason that we are at some certain points where we can claim some market share in the consumer segment. And everybody in the entire world, top companies have AI strategy being inbuilt right now. Even Sam Altman said that no, the ChatGPT 5 is going to come later, but even they accelerated. So every company is going to do that. So one good focal point for you to focus, to put your next work in, is to see which companies in the country have a good AI strategy. Try to intern with them. See that, which are the companies who are using the technology of the future. Try to understand doing that, and start, if you can, start some idea, start some applications, like build something in here. So accelerate. Don't stop. No guardrails for you. Thank you. I hope.
Yeah. So growth and advancements keep happening. We cannot stop it. But how do we keep ourselves relevant in the growing world is the point, and that's the takeaway for this. And I invite Mr. Keshav to give a few concluding remarks, and then we will end this session. Keshav, please.
So thank you, panel, for bringing out such a wonderful discussion. I think we have touched on the philosophical part. Okay, there was good amount of debate as well. So we thought of a discussion, but thanks to, there were different polls. There were, I think Rohan, at least in the end, concluded Roshan, sorry. Roshan, at least human, so I tend to err a lot. So at least in the last, he tried to come to a point where he said that you need a human behind an AI to run it. So at least you should upgrade yourself so that you will be running the AI well, number one. So we discussed a lot. We discussed on the philosophical front. We discussed on the skills which are needed. I think, but one good takeaway can be that aim big, but you need to start small. Like Vadva Nisar said, start with Excel. You don't know how torturous it is once you get in the firm and you don't know Excel. So collaborate, have the teamwork. So the basic human skills are the same. So whether it is whoever in the panel, I think we all agree on the base ground that the basic human skills like good communication, good collaboration, creativity need to grow. And I reckon with the same thing that David Brooks said. AI will make you more and more human. So what is redundant in you will be taken away. But still it pushes you to be more and more human. That part, Roshan calls it competitiveness, but yes, I can, on simple lines, we can put it like AI would require you to be more and more original and more human. So all the people here, I think, given your curriculum, given the kind of exposure you are having right now, because I've been seeing some of your curriculums right now. Here I see that you must generate some amount of creativity or else some amount of collaborative work to get your grades. When your curriculum is updated in such front, I think subtly they are bringing the skills for AI also into your curriculum, which is a very good thing. So on this lines, for being such a wonderful panel and giving from the philosophical to the basic insights, we thank you very much, and thank you for being a wonderful audience. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll take a group picture. Thank you so much.
So we have students from VR Siddhartha Women's College. I think they were eager to hear a lecture from Vadvani sir. Sir. Yeah.
Hi everyone, a very good afternoon once again. I don't want to take much of the time because it's lunch time, and I'm sure a lot of you are feeling hungry. Me too. So quickly, my name is Ankit. Those who've just joined in here, I come from an organization called Vadvani Foundation. It's a not-for-profit, a philanthropic initiative. Do you understand philanthropy? Everyone? Yes, no? It's someone who's put in some money into an organization and it's been run by that money. It's not CSR. It's not an NGO. It's not government money that is coming in. It's someone's money that is he himself is putting into the organization. The foundation started by Dr. Romesh Vadvani. Romesh is an IT Bombay graduate, moved to Silicon Valley, started multiple ventures. The third venture that he started, he took an exit for more than $9 billion, which is close to around 80,000 crore way back in 2000, 1999, 2000. And that's where he realized to give back, and he started the foundation, and that's where I represent. I take care of one of the interesting part initiative, which is startup entrepreneurship, where we work with early stage startups to help them, support them through a 3 months acceleration program. Now, before I get into the so this is a brief introduction about what the organization brings in. Before that, let me ask you, how many of you are interested in startup entrepreneurship? Anyone interested in innovation? Okay, have you heard about the word entrepreneurship? Yes, no? Startup? How many of you are interested in doing something of your own? Not today, tomorrow, 5 years down the line, 10 years down the line, whenever you feel that you're ready to take the world. So that's basically entrepreneurship. Now, there are different ways of doing entrepreneurship. One of the new ways that we see, and you see examples, is called technology entrepreneurship, or the startup, the definition that the government of India has given, where you have some innovation, you use technology to kind of solve a problem in the society. Right? So I'll give you a quick story about an entrepreneur that I know for 5 years, invested in, and he's been doing this startup over the last 7 years. This entrepreneur currently is raising his third round of funding, which is $1.1 million, close to around 10 CR. He's raised 2 rounds earlier, and close to around 2.5 CR is already raised, and he's now raising the next round, which is 10 crore. He's currently clocking a revenue, the annual revenue of around 5 CR. And the company is not very old, it's 2-year-old, but this person has been working in this for almost 7 years. He's a dancer. He started as a as a choreographer. Because he loved dancing, he started teaching dances to his friends, neighbors, people, marriages, weddings, and everywhere. And then during that time, he realized as a dancer, I have a lot of struggles. Similarly, there are a lot of struggles in the various artistic community, which is not only dancers, but singers, writers, and then other community of all the artists. How can I create a platform to bring these bring this community together, build this community? And there are so many artists, small artists in small parts of the India. How do I bring them together and build a platform? So on disorganized market to an organized market. So we started with something called as developing a dance course, or a platform which can host courses on dance, and anybody from anywhere. He started from Gujarat, which is where he is currently living. But he started with a platform where anyone who's a good dancer can create a course, and through this platform you can do a 3D round of dancing practice to anyone. And that's how he started. He himself built a course in Garba, started selling it. This was my first interaction with him when he was building this. From there, he pivoted to something called as influencer marketing. All of you understand influencers? Right? Everyone today follows Instagram Reels, Facebook Reels, YouTube Reels, and you see so many views, millions and all that, and then they get paid. So those people are called influencers. So we started building a community on the influencer side. And currently, he's again moved to a different model, which is a SaaS platform for marketing agencies, so that they can help better serving the brands. So brands give projects to these marketing agencies. These marketing agencies come to an influencer, and then influencer make a video, and they get paid. You watch those videos, and the number of times you watch those videos, he gets paid, and the brands get communicated. So that's how the entire ecosystem works. In the entire journey, if anybody can guess what could be the age of this founder? Any guesses? What would be the age of this founder? 40, 35, 25. Anyone from here? What could be the age of this founder? He's 22. He just turned last week 22. He started working when he was 15. He started teaching when he was 15. I met him when he was 17. I was just about to give the 12th exam. A month before, I through one of the incubator that I was mentoring, I met him. 2018 is where he started working on this dance product. And then from there, he pivoted and he started growing, formed the company somewhere in 2021, right during the COVID. Started operations not only in Ahmedabad but Gurgaon. Grew to a team size of 42. So currently he handles a team of 42, covers an annual revenue of 5 CR, raising funds, and he has more senior than himself, which is like 15, 20 years of experience working for him at the age of 22. Now what the story that I'm trying to say here is one very simple age of, and he's by the way a non-engineer, a simple BCom graduate. That too he didn't go for 3 years to college and somehow managed to convince the principal to give him the degree for those 3 years of his BCom, because that was one of the necessary to get funding and other stuff and eligibility and all that stuff, right? If you meet him today, whenever I meet him, I kind of go back something that I've learned. So the power, the underlying thing that I'm trying to say is, one, follow your passion. From a very thing that he loved dancing He started working towards it, started monetizing, soon figured out, okay, there could be other people who also have that entire struggle in life. How do I help? So from passion, converted this into a opportunity. Then he figured out if this opportunity is big enough or not. Then he started working on that. So you meet those circles. Have you heard about the concept called Ikigai? Right? So I'm just covering towards that. So passion, something that I love to do. Do I have the skills? Does this have enough opportunity? The world needs it? So figuring out these three things was something that happens over the last 5 years. And eventually he's created a model where there is people who's giving him money and there are people who are trusting him to put in money as well as investors. Some of the great investors that have put in money also. One of the top influencers that have put in money, one of the top payment gateways that have put in money into this entire startup. So passion, follow your passion. If you follow your passion, find out if there are opportunities. This could be true for your career or if you want to become an entrepreneur. But very, very important, you'll have to continue doing this every day, 24 hours, 7 days, 365 days a year. If you're ready to do that, then whatever is your age, you're going to continue succeeding in your path that you have identified. So I'm not talking just about the entrepreneurship here, but also about the career that you're going to take eventually. And if you ask me today, he's done a lot of sacrifice than anybody that I see of this age, which is 24/7 working to create that entire value prop that he's building. Not going out, not watching movies, not going out with friends. He sleeps in his office till today, 4 days in a week. He has his suitcases, is everything done in the office itself, and kind of made that as his world. Of course, his parents are not that privileged. He doesn't come from that background so he's also taking care of them. They're not working. They're kind of retired. There are three elder sisters, taking care of them as well. At the same time, building something that is very, very important to his heart. So follow your passion and eventually you'll figure out what you want to do in life. Whether entrepreneurship or not entrepreneurship, you'll be able to do that. And with all the tools, techniques, support that is available today in the world, ample support that is available for you to kind of support you in the journey. First thing is you have to understand, take that decision, and follow your passion. So that's it from my side. Thank you so much. And if you have any questions, I'm here, happy to chit chat outside as well. Thank you. Up to you. Definitely up to you. There are many entrepreneurs here. I'm not taking him as an inspiration. I'm taking this example from a passion perspective. The person that has followed his passion has continued doing multiple struggles in life. Because I know him personally for 5 years, I've kind of known the ups and downs of the personal sacrifices as well that he's made, and I truly agree. It is. It is. So that's the call that as an entrepreneur has to take. I was reading about Narayan Murthy's recent article that has come by Sudha Murthy, and the article is just one page, and it was mentioned that the daughters told he has his one son and one daughter. Both of them used to tell Narayan Murthy as bonus dead, because he'll come once in a month into the life of them, and that's a bonus for the children. Take inspirations from some part, but anything that you do great will involve
outlive your life, yeah.
sacrifices.
Yeah, yeah.
So it's not going to be easy, whether it is career or entrepreneurship.
Thank you, sir.
But the idea is follow your passion, whatever you're going to do for the next 5 to 10 years.
Any questions? But I think definitely you can take a leaf out of the startup ecosystem and start pursuing something which you really love and which follows within the 3 circles of your Ikigai. Thank you very much, sir.
Mics. Yeah. Yes, ma'am. Nice, ma'am. Good evening, everyone. It's our immense pleasure to welcome today's chief guest for the valedictory session, Srimati K. Sarada Devi, IAS, Commissioner of Youth Services and Managing Director AP Step, on the dais. Ma'am, please. We heartily welcome Dr. C.H. Hanumantrao sir, Dean Student Affairs, KL University, onto the dais. We heartily welcome Dr. Habibullah Khan, Advisor Student Affairs, KL University. Sir, please. We welcome Dr. Subramaniam sir, Principal, College of Sciences and Director, PG, KL University, onto the dais. Sir, please. So, from past 3 days onwards, State Youth Festival went on with very grand note, with the wonderful guidance and blessings given by our Honorable Commissioner. Under her aegis and wonderful leadership, this Youth Festival witnessed wonderful conglomeration of events. We witnessed competitions, summits, Yogadan, Yuvakruti, and many more, enthralling the youth who had come from all the districts of Andhra Pradesh. We have witnessed the wide diaspora of Andhra Pradesh over here, showcasing their vibrant youth manhood and spirit. Now, it's time for all of us to celebrate this grand celebration with the valedictory ceremony, giving away prizes to the much cherished and wonderfully performed participants and artists. So let's start our valedictory session today. So before our valedictory session, I request our Honorable Commissioner, Youth Services and MD AP Step, Sarada Devi ma'am, to give her valedictory note. Ma'am, please.
Respected people and dayas, అంటే ఇప్పుడు డయాస్ మీద లేకపోయినప్పటికీ తమ సహాయక సహకారాలు అందించిన మరి వైస్ ఛాన్సలర్ గారికి, రిజిస్ట్రార్ గారికి, మరి ఇక్కడ తమ అసిస్టెంట్స్తో ఈ కేఎల్ యూనివర్సిటీలో నాట్ ఓన్లీ దిస్ అంటే పైన అప్పర్ మేనేజ్మెంటే కాకుండా మిగతా వారు కూడా సహాయ సహకారాలు అందించారు. పర్టికులర్లీ లోయర్ స్టాఫ్ కానీ దీన్ని బాగా నీట్గా పెట్టడానికి నేను చూశాను. ఎక్కడికక్కడ వాళ్ళు పాపం క్లీన్ చేస్తున్నారు, ఇది చేస్తున్నారు. వారికి మరి ముఖ్యంగా ఆఫీసులో వాళ్ళకి తర్వాత చెప్తాను. ముఖ్యంగా జిజ్ఞాస వారికి మరి వాళ్ళు ఎంత చాలా మంచి టీం ఉంది. మరి పిల్లలు ఏది తక్కువ ఇది అనుకోకుండా మేము వీసీ హాల్లో లంచ్ చేస్తున్నప్పుడు దే హ్యావ్ సర్వ్డ్ పర్సనల్లీ. అందరు సూట్ వేసుకొని పర్సనల్గా సర్వ్ చేస్తుంటే మా సెక్రటరీ ఇన్ఛార్జ్ గారు అడిగారు, ఏంటి మీరే చేస్తారా అని. వాళ్ళంతా చక్కగా వచ్చి సర్వ్ చేశారు. మరి వాళ్ళు చాలా బాగా టీం మంచిది ఉండబట్టే దీనికి మరి మా డిస్ట్రిక్ట్స్ నుంచి తక్కువ వచ్చారు వెన్ కంపేర్డ్ విత్ ప్రీవియస్ ఇయర్. బట్ మిగతా వాళ్ళ పార్టిసిపేషన్ ఎక్కువ ఉంది. బట్ ఇట్ హ్యాస్ బికమ్ వెరీ సక్సెస్ఫుల్ బికాజ్ ఆఫ్ దేర్ ఎఫర్ట్స్. ప్లీజ్ కైండ్లీ గివ్ అప్లాడ్ టు దమ్. మరి అదే కాకుండా మరి లాస్ట్ బట్ నాట్ ద లీస్ట్ ఎవరు అంటే మా స్టాఫ్. మీకు తెలుసు మా యూత్ సర్వీస్లో మెయిన్గా ఉండేది స్టాఫ్. అయితే అదంతా డ్యూ టు చాలామంది రిటైర్మెంట్ కూడా అయిపోయారు. వెరీ మేగర్ స్టాఫ్ ఉన్నారు మాకు. అయినా సరే వన్ డే జస్ట్ మేము టైం ఇచ్చాం అంతే. డిస్ట్రిక్ట్స్ కానీ వాళ్ళంతా మరి ఎంతో ఉత్సాహంగా దాదాపు 70 to 80% వాళ్ళంతా ఉత్సాహంగా చూపించి వాళ్ళ టీమ్స్ని పంపించారు. మరి వాళ్ళకు కూడా మీరు కొంచెం కరతాళదనంతో వాళ్ళకి మరి ఇది చెప్పాలి, ధన్యవాదాలు. మరి వీళ్ళందరూ కృషి వల్ల మీరు ముఖ్యంగా పిల్లలు కేఎల్ యూనివర్సిటీ స్టూడెంట్సే కాకుండా మరి ఏదో ఇదే అనుకోకుండా 390 పీపుల్, మోర్ దాన్ 400 వితౌట్ టైం ఇవ్వకుండా మేము వేరియస్ డిస్ట్రిక్ట్స్, ముఖ్యంగా మన్యం డిస్ట్రిక్ట్ నుంచి, కర్నూలు నుంచి, కడప నుంచి, వెరీ ఫార్ ఫ్రమ్ విజయవాడ మీరంతా వచ్చి సక్సెస్ఫుల్ చేశారు. మరి నేను చెప్పేది ఏంటంటే యూత్ ఫెస్టివల్ అంటే మీరు వచ్చి పార్టిసిపేషన్ చేసి ఎంజాయ్ చేస్తే మాకు ఆనందం డిపార్ట్మెంట్లో ఉన్నంతకి. మరి మేమేంటంటే ఒక్క సంవత్సరానికి ఒక్కసారైనా మీకు పండగ వాతావరణంలో మీ 3 రోజులు మిమ్మల్ని చూసి మీకు ఏదో కాంపిటీషన్స్ అవన్నీ పక్కన పెట్టండి, గెలవటం ఓడటం ఏం పెద్ద ఇష్యూలు ఏం కాదు. దానికి గెలిచినోడికి ఓడినోడికి ఒక్కోసారి 0.5% కూడా తేడా ఉండొచ్చు, అంతకంటే ఏం ఉండదు. ఓడినోళ్ళు గెలవటం అనేం లేదు, ఊరికి పార్టిసిపేషన్ ఈజ్ మోర్ ఇంపార్టెంట్. అందువలన మీ అందరికీ మరి పేరున ప్రతి ఒక్కరికి ధన్యవాదాలు తెలియజేస్తున్నాం. మరి ఇదే కూడా మనం ఈరోజు వీడియో కాన్ఫరెన్స్ జరుగుతుంది. మన స్టేట్ యూత్ ఫెస్టివల్ ఎంత బాగా జరిగిందో మనం నేషనల్లో కూడా చెప్తాం. ఈరోజు 4 o'clock నేషనల్ యూత్ ఫెస్టివల్ మీద మరి గవర్నమెంట్ ఆఫ్ ఇండియా సెక్రటరీ అంటే క్యాబినెట్ సెక్రటరీ ర్యాంక్ వారు వాళ్ళు రివ్యూ చేస్తారు. దాని మీద వీ విల్ ప్రజెంట్ అవర్ ఎఫర్ట్స్ మేడ్ అండ్ హౌ మెనీ ఆఫ్ అస్ గోయింగ్ టు దిస్ నేషనల్ ఫెస్టివల్. More than, I think, nearly 70 people they are going to national festival, because due to less time we could not arrange trains. Actually train would have been very comfortable, మనకు లాంగ్ జర్నీ కదా. అయినా వీళ్ళంతా ఉత్సాహంగా బస్సులో అయినా వచ్చేస్తామన్నారు. అందుకని మన ఒక స్పెషల్ బస్సులో అంటే ఇప్పుడు మనకేంటంటే ట్రైన్స్ దొరకవు కాబట్టి స్పెషల్ బస్సెస్ హ్యావ్ బీన్ అరేంజ్డ్ అండ్ పీపుల్ ఆర్ లీవింగ్ బై టుమారో మార్నింగ్ అండ్ దే విల్ రీచ్ ద వెన్యూ బై 11th. సో సక్సెస్ఫుల్గా మన కంటింజెంట్ రేపు March 1 మరి ఏమైనా జంబులు చేస్తే తప్పితే, బట్ ఫస్ట్ స్టేట్ టు డూ March 1 PM గారు చూసేది ఇంట్రెస్ట్గా మన స్టేట్. పోయినసారి అలాగే చూశారు, దిస్ టైం ఆల్సో ఏపీ ఈజ్ ఫస్ట్. మరి జంబులు చేస్తే మాత్రం నేను చెప్పలేను, ఒక్కోసారి స్టేట్స్ కింద స్టేట్స్ పైకి అలా చేస్తారు, బట్ అవర్ స్టేట్ ఈజ్ ఫస్ట్. సో ఇవన్నీ మన అచీవ్మెంట్స్. మరి కొంచెం ప్రాబ్లమ్స్ ఏమైనా ఉంటే, ప్రాబ్లమ్స్ కాదు ఇది చూస్తాను మెయిన్గా ఏంటంటే యోగా క్లాసులు కానీ ఇవన్నీ మనం అరేంజ్ చేసాం. ఇట్స్ వెరీ గుడ్. యూత్ సమ్మిట్ కానీ, బట్ యూత్ సమ్మిట్ ఓకే, ఫర్గెట్ అబౌట్ ఇట్, బికాజ్ ఇట్ ఈజ్ నాట్ ఎయిమ్డ్ ఎట్ ఆల్ పీపుల్, వెరీ ఫ్యూ, అంటే దోస్ హూ ఆర్ ఇన్ ఎ పొజిషన్ టు అండర్స్టాండ్ ద యాక్చువల్ ఇంపార్టెన్స్, వాట్ ఆర్ ద ఛాన్సెస్ ఆర్ ఆపర్చునిటీస్ అవైలబుల్, హౌ టు ఎక్స్ప్లాయిట్ దెమ్, దోస్ థింగ్స్ very few people can understand. That's why I requested authorities to spare the just MBA children so that they will be in a better position to understand. But other than that, yoga better అండి, ఏమనుకోవద్దు. జిజ్ఞాస వారికి అన్నీ ఇంగ్లీష్లో ఉన్నాయి అంటే దానివల్ల ఎంతమంది అర్థం చేసుకున్నారు అంటే, ఇప్పుడు స్టూడెంట్స్ ఉన్నారు అర్థం చేసుకోవచ్చు, బట్ దిస్ ఈజ్ నాట్ స్టూడెంట్స్ ఫెస్టివల్, దిస్ ఈజ్ యూత్ ఫెస్టివల్. యూత్లో మాకు డ్రాప్ అవుట్స్ అందరూ ముఖ్యమే, రూరల్ యూత్ కానీ. అవర్ ఎయిమ్ ఈజ్ టు సర్వ్ ద 15 to 29 years పీపుల్. అంటే మన వాళ్ళలో కొంతమంది ఆ 15 to 29 డిస్ట్రిక్ట్స్ నుంచి, జిల్లాల నుంచి, ఇంటీరియర్ ఏరియాస్ నుంచి, పార్వతీపురం, మన్యం నుంచి, చింతూరు నుంచి కూడా వచ్చారు. దే ఆర్ స్టడీయింగ్ ఇన్ కాకినాడ డిగ్రీ కాలేజ్. కాబట్టి వీళ్ళందరికీ అర్థం కావాలంటే మాతృభాషలో చెప్తే వాళ్ళు బెటర్ ఇది ఉండేది. అందుకే యోగా క్లాసులకు కానీ మీరు చూడండి, యోగా క్లాస్ ఇక్కడే పెట్టారు. పోనీ చిన్న ఆడిటోరియంలో పెడితే సరిపోయేది, పెద్దదాన్ని పెట్టేసరికి అసలు లేరు. నేను వాళ్ళకి కూడా సారీ చెప్పా, అమ్మ మీరు చాలా బాగా చెప్పారు ఆయుర్వేదం గురించి, వాటి ఇంపార్టెన్స్ గురించి, వాట్ ఈజ్ మెంట్ బై హోలిస్టిక్ టైప్ ఆఫ్ ట్రీట్మెంట్. నాట్ మనకేంటంటే అల్లోపతిలో ఓన్లీ ప్రతి ఒక్కడికి నీకు తలనొప్పి వచ్చింది అనుకోండి, అది నువ్వు ఏజ్ ఒకటే అడుగుతారు, ఏదైనా ఒకటే మెడిసిన్. అలాగే కాళ్ళ నొప్పులు అవి ఇవి ఏజ్ ఈజ్ క్రైటీరియా అంటే ఓల్డ్ ఏజ్ ఇది. కానీ అక్కడ మాత్రం ప్రతి ఇండివిజువల్కి సపరేట్గా ట్రీట్ చేస్తారు. అదే హోలిస్టిక్ ట్రీట్మెంట్ అంటే బాడీ ట్రీట్మెంట్ చూసి ప్రతి ఒక్కరిని చేస్తారు. దానివల్ల ఏంటంటే మనకంటారు ఎక్స్క్లూజివ్ సర్వీసెస్ దొరుకుతాయి, ఆయుర్వేదిక్ కానీ హోమియోపతి కానీ ఎక్స్క్లూజివ్ సర్వీసెస్, నాట్ జనరల్ లైక్ అల్లోపతి. అల్లోపతిలో డయాబెటిక్ 2 అంటే అందరికీ చూసి వాడి బ్లడ్ టెస్టులు పెట్టి, అంటే మీ అందరికీ అర్థమైందో లేదని ఒకటే తేడా చెప్తున్నాను అనమాట. వాళ్ళు చెప్పిన సమ్మప్ అది ఆయుర్వేదిక్, హోమియోపతి అండ్ ఆయుర్వేదిక్ ఎయిమ్డ్ ఎట్ లైఫ్ స్టైల్ ఆల్సో. ఏ విధంగా నిద్రపోతున్నారు, ఎంత తింటున్నారు, ఏ విధంగా యాక్టివ్ లైఫ్ స్టైల్ నడుపుతున్నారా, లేకపోతే ఇది ఈ విధమైన తేడా ఒకటి మరి ఎంతమంది గమనించారో తెలియదు. వాళ్ళు పాపం క్లాసెస్ తీసుకున్నప్పుడు చెప్పాను, ఇట్స్ ఓకే అన్నారు. ఇది కొంచెం ఏదైనా తెలుగు వచ్చిన వాళ్ళు వీళ్ళని కాన్సన్ట్రేట్ చేస్తే బాగుంటుంది అన్నిటినీ. ఈవెన్ సిఇఓస్ కూడా చెప్పారు, కొంతమంది హైదరాబాద్ వాళ్ళు ఉన్నారు. బట్ స్టిల్ ఉంటే కనుక అది ఎక్కువ మందికి రీచ్ అవుతుంది. అదర్ దాన్ దట్ ఇట్స్ ఎ గుడ్ థింగ్ అండ్ సక్సెస్. ఐ థింక్ పీపుల్ ఆర్ ఆల్సో ఎంజాయ్డ్ దట్, ఇంక్లూడింగ్ యూనివర్సిటీ అథారిటీస్. అండ్ థ్యాంక్ యూ వన్ అండ్ ఆల్. ఓకే.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much for your wonderful message. It is under your able leadership and wonderful guidance this wonderful youth festival happened, ma'am. Thank you very much for the wonderful support you had given to all of us. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Now we welcome it's a time to announce the winners. Here goes the winners list of State Youth Festival 2023. In the folk dance group, the winners are Eluru, Bhavana Durga and group. So I request Bhavana Durga and group to come on to the dais, please. They are going to the National Youth Festival at Nasik, Maharashtra, representing the state of Andhra Pradesh. Please come fast, ma. Please come fast. I request Honorable Commissioner, Department of Youth Services, Honorable Deputy Director and all the luminaries on the stage to give away the prizes. Order. Hearty congratulations to them. Next, second prize goes to Srikakulam, Unnati and group. Third prize goes to Tirupati, Sri Ramya and group. So I request second prize winners to come on to the dais, please. And third prize goes to Tirupati, Sri Ramya and group. Tirupati. Okay. Next we proceed with folk song group. The first prize goes to Eluru, Supriya group. So they are going to the National Youth Festival at Nasik, Maharashtra, representing the state of Andhra Pradesh. In the folk song group, second prize goes to Vijayanagaram district, Tirupati group. Vijayanagaram district, second prize, folk song group. Folk song group, third prize goes to Tirupati district. Tirupati.
రైట్ నుంచి వచ్చి లెఫ్ట్ నుంచి వెళ్ళమని.
మా దయచేసి అందరూ కూడా రైట్ నుంచి వచ్చి లెఫ్ట్ గుండా దిగండి. కమ్ రైట్ అండ్ గో లెఫ్ట్. నాకు స్టేజ్కి రైట్ గుండా రండి, నాకు లెఫ్ట్ గుండా దిగండి. ఓకే, నెక్స్ట్ ఫోక్ డ్యాన్స్ సోలో. ఫస్ట్ ప్రైజ్ గోస్ టు K. Sai Nitish of Srikakulam. So he is going to National Youth Festival representing the state of Andhra Pradesh at Nasik, Maharashtra. Next, folk dance solo. Second prize goes to M. Preeti of Eluru district. Folk dance solo. Third prize goes to Durga Bhavani of Prakasam district. Durga Bhavani of Prakasam district, amma. నీ పేరేంటమ్మా? ఆదర్శ్. Next, folk song solo. The first prize winner is E. Jyoti of Kurnool. So she is heading to National Youth Festival at Nasik, Maharashtra, representing the state of Andhra Pradesh. And the second prize goes to K. Chinni Babu of West Godavari district. And the third prize goes to Manoj Kumar of Tirupati district. Third prize, Manoj Kumar of Tirupati district. Story writing First prize goes to G. Druvit of Kakinada district. G. Druvit of Kakinada district. So he is going to National Youth Festival at Nasik, Maharashtra, representing the state of Andhra Pradesh. My folk song third. Tirupati, folk sir third. Tirupati certificate. G. Druvit of Kakinada, first prize in story writing. Second prize, Veera Johnny Devadasu, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, Konaseema district. Veera Johnny Devadasu, B.R. Ambedkar, Konaseema. Third prize, Nekkanti Hermia, third prize of East Godavari district. Declamation, first prize goes to N. Sravya of NTR district. Declamation, first prize, N. Sravya of NTR. She is going to National Youth Festival at Nasik, Maharashtra, representing the state of Andhra Pradesh. N. Sravya of NTR district. మా నెక్కంటి హర్మియా రాలేదమ్మా, ఈస్ట్ గోదావరి వాళ్ళు నెక్కంటి హర్మియా. నెక్కంటి హర్మియా సార్ అక్కడికి వచ్చారు. మేడం ఇచ్చారు మేడం.
రాలేదన్నారు కదా మేడం తిప్పమని సార్ మేడం
నువ్వు ఫస్ట్ ప్రైజ్ ఎన్టీఆర్సీ సార్, మా ఫస్ట్ ప్రైజ్ రెడీగా ఉందా? సర్టిఫికేట్. నెక్స్ట్ సెకండ్ ప్రైజ్ గోస్ టు జీ ధ్రువిత్. డిక్లమేషన్ సెకండ్ ప్రైజ్ జీ ధ్రువిత్. జీ ధ్రువిత్, చీర్స్ ప్లీజ్.
స్టేట్ లెవెల్ విన్నర్స్ వీళ్ళందరూ. మీ అప్లాస్ సరిపోవట్లేదు. I do not want to see you all without joining your hands together. Big round of applause.
Third prize, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, Konaseema district, V. Johnny Devadasu, B.R. Ambedkar, Konaseema. Poster making, first prize goes to K. Lazaru of East Godavari district. K. Lazaru. He is going to National Youth Festival at Nasik, Maharashtra, representing the state of Andhra Pradesh. K. Lazaru.
కొంచెం స్లోగా అంటే పిలువు, వీళ్ళు రెడీ చేయలేకపోతున్నారు. నెక్స్ట్
సెకండ్ ప్రైజ్ ఎండి సమీర్, కాకినాడ డిస్ట్రిక్ట్. ఎండి సమీర్, కాకినాడ డిస్ట్రిక్ట్. ఎండి సమీర్, కాకినాడ డిస్ట్రిక్ట్.
సమీర్ ఫస్ట్ ప్రైజ్, సెకండ్ ప్రైజ్ అని పిలిచావు.
అవుతుంది.
ఇది రివర్స్ అయిందా?
సరే. నెక్స్ట్ కె శ్రావ్య, డాక్టర్ బిఆర్ అంబేద్కర్ కోనసీమ స్ట్రీట్. కె శ్రావ్య. Next, photography first prize goes to K. Shivaprasad. K. Shivaprasad of Srikakulam Street. He is going to National Youth Festival at Nasik, Maharashtra. ఈ అబ్బాయి నిన్నటి నుంచి నక్షత్రుడు విశ్వామిత్రుని ఎలా ఎంపడబడతాడో అలా కాంపిటీషన్ ఎప్పుడెప్పుడు అని చెప్పేసి చాలా ఎంపడబడ్డాడు. సో నౌ హీ గాట్ ద ప్రైజ్. Second prize, K. Muni Hemant, Tirupati, from Tirupati district. Muni Hemant, Tirupati district, amma. Third prize, G. Wilson, YSR Kadapa. G. Wilson, YSR Kadapa. Third prize, G. Wilson, YSR Kadapa. G. Wilson, third prize, photography, YSR Kadapa. వచ్చాడు సార్. Folk song solo, third prize, Durga Bhavani. Folk song solo, Manoj Kumar of Tirupati district. Manoj Kumar. సో ఈ పర్టికులర్ ఈవెంట్కి జడ్జెస్గా చాలామంది జడ్జెస్ మనకి చాలా సపోర్ట్ చేశారు. డిపార్ట్మెంట్ ఆఫ్ యూత్ సర్వీసెస్కి జడ్జెస్కు సత్కారం. ఎస్ఎం జాన్, జడ్జ్ ఫర్ ఫోక్ డ్యాన్స్ గ్రూప్. ఎస్ఎం జాన్. నెక్స్ట్ సుశీల, జడ్జ్ ఫర్ ఫోక్ సాంగ్ గ్రూప్. సుశీల. రాజీవ్, శ్రీ ఎస్ శ్రీ శకుంతల, జడ్జ్ ఫర్ ఫోక్ సాంగ్ గ్రూప్. జిల్లాల నుంచి టీమ్ మేనేజర్స్ పార్టిసిపేషన్ సర్టిఫికేట్స్ ఇవ్వడానికి దయచేసి రెడీగా ఉండవలసిందిగా కోరుతున్నాం. Sahu, SM Sahu, please come on to the race, please. Parthasarathi Sahu. Yes, Rajesh, judge for folk dance solo. Rajesh. నెక్స్ట్ సుభాకర్ రాజు సార్. నెక్స్ట్ ఫోటోగ్రఫీ జడ్జ్ పార్థసారథి సాహు. మామ కళాసాగర్ గారు జడ్జ్ ఫర్ ఫోటోగ్రఫీ. కళాసాగర్ గారు 64kalal.com వ్యవస్థాపకులు. అండ్ మన ఈ ప్రోగ్రాం గురించి చాలా విస్తారంగా కూడా 64kalal.com ద్వారా ప్రమోట్ చేశారు కూడా ఆన్లైన్లో. థ్యాంక్ యూ కళాసాగర్ గారు. ఎవరు వచ్చారు తెలియదు అసలు. అమ్మాయిందమ్మా నువ్వు ఇట్లా స్టే మీద. పద్మిని పోస్టర్ మేకింగ్ జడ్జ్. పద్మిని నెక్స్ట్ మరియా ప్రీతి జోస్ జడ్జ్ స్టోరీ మేకింగ్. కేఎన్వి సాయి శ్రీ దుర్గా జడ్జ్ స్టోరీ మేకింగ్.
సౌమ్య నటరాజన రాలేదు, కేఎస్ సర్కల్ రాలేదు, రాజీవ్ గారు రాలేదు. ఉండండి శర్వాణి. పిలవాలి.
నెక్స్ట్ వి వెల్కమ్ శర్వాణి జడ్జ్ ఫర్ పోస్టర్ మేకింగ్. శర్వాణి. అండ్ నెక్స్ట్ ఈ ఈవెంట్కి అద్భుతంగా మోడరేటర్గా వ్యవహరించి చాలా అద్భుతంగా మోడరేటర్గా పార్టిసిపేట్ చేసినటువంటి మోడరేటర్ అండ్ గెస్ట్ మిస్టర్ కె కేశవరామ్. ప్లీజ్ కమ్ ఆన్ టు దిస్. కె కేశవరామ్ చాలా యూత్ సమిట్స్కి మోడరేటర్గా వ్యవహరించినటువంటి వ్యక్తి. అండ్ ఇక్కడ ఒకప్పటి కేఎల్యూ స్టూడెంట్ ఆర్గనైజేషన్ ప్రెసిడెంట్ ఆఫ్ క్లూసో ఫర్ ద ఇయర్ 2012. థ్యాంక్ యూ. నెక్స్ట్ ఐ రిక్వెస్ట్ డాక్టర్ ఎన్ విద్యాసాగర్ గెస్ట్ డెలిగేట్గా మైండ్ఫుల్ మార్నింగ్ సెషన్స్కి వచ్చి హోమియోపతిక్ పర్స్పెక్టివ్ మనకిచ్చినటువంటి డాక్టర్ ఎన్ విద్యాసాగర్. సో రూరల్ హెల్త్ ప్రాక్టీస్లో చాలా సర్వీస్ చేస్తూ చాలా అద్భుతంగా తనకి స్పానింగ్ కెరియర్ ఫారిన్ కంట్రీస్లో ఉన్నప్పటికీ వదిలేసి రూరల్ హెల్త్ అప్లిఫ్ట్మెంట్ కోసం వర్క్ చేస్తూ నార్త్ ఆంధ్ర రీజన్ విజయనగరం శ్రీకాకుళంలో అద్భుతమైన మెడికల్ సర్వీస్ చేస్తున్నటువంటి అద్భుతమైన హోమియో డాక్టర్ డాక్టర్ ఎన్ విద్యాసాగర్. అండ్ అదేవిధంగా ఈ కార్యక్రమం ఇంత చక్కగా జరగడానికి చాలా సహకారం అందించిన కేఎల్ యూనివర్సిటీ యాజమాన్యం తరపున ముఖ్యంగా డాక్టర్ సిహెచ్ హనుమంతరావు గారికి. ఎందుకంటే కమిషనర్ మేడం చెప్పారు హనుమంతరావు గారు ఎప్పుడూ కూడా సపోర్ట్ చేస్తారు, చక్కగా సపోర్ట్ ఇస్తారని. సో డాక్టర్ సిహెచ్ హనుమంతరావు గారికి డిపార్ట్మెంట్ ఆఫ్ యూత్ సర్వీసెస్ తరపున ఆత్మీయ సత్కారం, డీన్ స్టూడెంట్ అఫైర్స్, కేఎల్ యూనివర్సిటీ. కంప్లీట్ సపోర్ట్, అటు అన్ని రకాలుగా సపోర్ట్ ఇచ్చి ఈ కార్యక్రమం ఇంత విజయవంతం కావడానికి డాక్టర్ హనుమంతరావు గారు ఈజ్ అన్ అలమ్నస్ ఆఫ్ ఐఐటి ఢిల్లీ. ఐఐటి ఢిల్లీలో పిహెచ్డీ చేసి చాలా ఉన్నత విద్యాభ్యాసం చేసిన వ్యక్తి డాక్టర్ హనుమంతరావు గారు. నెక్స్ట్ అదేవిధంగా చాలా చక్కగా ఈ కార్యక్రమం మొత్తాన్ని ఆన్ బిహాఫ్ ఆఫ్ కేఎల్ యూనివర్సిటీ కోఆర్డినేట్ చేసి కొంచెం కూడా ల్యాబ్స్ లేకుండా చాలా అద్భుతంగా సమన్వయపరిచినటువంటి కేఎల్ యూనివర్సిటీ కాలేజ్ ఆఫ్ సైన్సెస్ ప్రిన్సిపల్ డాక్టర్ కె సుబ్రహ్మణ్యం సార్కి గౌరవ కమిషనర్ చేత ఆత్మీయ సత్కారం. నెక్స్ట్ అదేవిధంగా మొత్తం హాస్టల్స్ కానీ డిసిప్లిన్ కానీ మొత్తాన్ని కోఆర్డినేట్ చేస్తూ చాలా చక్కగా ఎటువంటి ల్యాబ్సెస్ లేకుండా ఎటువంటి ఇష్యూస్ లేకుండా చాలా సీమ్లెస్గా ఈ కార్యక్రమం జరగడానికి సపోర్ట్ చేసినటువంటి డాక్టర్ సిహెచ్ హనుమంతరావు గారు, డాక్టర్ హబీబుల్లా ఖాన్ గారు, అడ్వైజర్ స్టూడెంట్ అఫైర్స్ కేఎల్ యూనివర్సిటీ, వారికి ఆత్మీయ సత్కారం. సార్ ప్లీజ్. అదేవిధంగా యూత్ సమిట్స్ని చాలా చక్కగా సమన్వయపరిచి యూత్ సమిట్స్ చాలా బాగా జరగడానికి చాలా సపోర్ట్ చేసినటువంటి డైరెక్టర్ స్టూడెంట్ అఫైర్స్ కేఎల్ యూనివర్సిటీ శ్రీ సాయి విజయ్ గారిని వేదిక మీద రావాల్సిందిగా కోరుతున్నాం. సాయి విజయ్ గారికి. నెక్స్ట్ ఈ కార్యక్రమం బాగా జరగడానికి ఫ్యాకల్టీ కమిటీస్ చాలామంది సపోర్ట్ చేశారు. బ్యాక్ ఎండ్ చాలామంది ఫ్యాకల్టీ వర్క్ చేశారు. ఆ ఫ్యాకల్టీ కోఆర్డినేటర్స్ శ్రీ ఎం వెంకటరమణ, ఇన్ఛార్జ్ ఆఫ్ స్టాల్స్. శ్రీ ఎం వెంకటరమణ గారు, ఇన్ఛార్జ్ ఆఫ్ స్టాల్స్, ఫ్యాకల్టీ ఇన్ఛార్జ్ ఆఫ్ స్టాల్స్. నెక్స్ట్ శ్రీ నాగమల్లేశ్వరి గారు, ఇన్ఛార్జ్ ఫర్ రిజిస్ట్రేషన్. నాగమల్లేశ్వరి గారు, ఇన్ఛార్జ్ ఫర్ రిజిస్ట్రేషన్. నెక్స్ట్ హేమలత గారు, ఇన్ఛార్జ్ ఫర్ రిజిస్ట్రేషన్. హేమలత గారు, ఇన్ఛార్జ్ ఫర్ రిజిస్ట్రేషన్. హేమలత గారు, ఇన్ఛార్జ్ ఫర్ రిజిస్ట్రేషన్. నెక్స్ట్ శ్రీ మధుసూదన్ రావు గారు, ఇన్ఛార్జ్ ఫర్ హాల్స్. శ్రీ రాఘవేంద్ర గారు, ఇన్ఛార్జ్ ఫర్ ట్రాన్స్పోర్ట్. రాఘవేంద్ర గారు, ఇన్ఛార్జ్ ఫర్ ట్రాన్స్పోర్ట్. నెక్స్ట్ సిహెచ్ శర్వాణి గారు, ఇన్ఛార్జ్ ఫర్ కల్చరల్స్. శర్వాణి గారు, ఇన్ఛార్జ్ ఫర్ కల్చరల్స్. జి కృష్ణమోహన్ గారు, ఇన్ఛార్జ్ ఫర్ వివిఐపి హాస్పిటాలిటీ. కృష్ణమోహన్ గారు, వివిఐపి హాస్పిటాలిటీ ఇన్ఛార్జ్. శర్వాణి. నెక్స్ట్ ఎంఎన్వి కిరణ్ బాబు గారు, వివిఐపి హాస్పిటాలిటీ ఇన్ఛార్జ్. ఎంఎన్వి కిరణ్ బాబు గారు. ఏ వెంకటేశ్వర్ గారు, ఫుడ్ ఇన్ఛార్జ్, ఇన్ఛార్జ్ ఫుడ్. సిహెచ్ ఫణికాంత్ గారు, ఇన్ఛార్జ్ ఫుడ్. ఫణికాంత్ గారు, ఇన్ఛార్జ్ ఫుడ్. నెక్స్ట్ ఏ సిద్ధార్థ రెడ్డి గారు, ఇన్ఛార్జ్ ఫుడ్. ఏ సిద్ధార్థ రెడ్డి గారు, ఇన్ఛార్జ్ ఫుడ్. కృష్ణప్రసాద్ గారు ఇన్ఛార్జ్ ఫుడ్. కృష్ణప్రసాద్ గారు ఇన్ఛార్జ్ ఫుడ్. నదీం సిద్దికీ గారు ఇన్ఛార్జ్ హాల్స్. నదీం సిద్దికీ ఇన్ఛార్జ్ హాల్స్. డాక్టర్ అప్పారావు గారు ఇన్ఛార్జ్ స్టేజ్. డాక్టర్ అప్పారావు గారు ఇన్ఛార్జ్ స్టేజ్. లెఫ్టినెంట్ వి మౌనిక ఎన్సిసి ఇన్ఛార్జ్. లెఫ్టినెంట్ వి మౌనిక ఎన్సిసి ఇన్ఛార్జ్. ఎం వెంకటరమణ స్టాల్స్ ఇన్ఛార్జ్. నెక్స్ట్ హిమబిందు గారు, అద్భుతమైనటువంటి క్రియేటివ్ ఆర్ట్స్ పర్ఫార్మర్గా మనకి వచ్చినటువంటి హిమబిందు గారు, వారిని వేదిక మీదకి పిలుస్తున్నాం. హిమబిందు గారు ప్లీజ్. నెక్స్ట్ డాక్టర్ స్వాతి కిషోర్ గారు, కల్చరల్స్ చాలా సమన్వయం చేసినందుకు డాక్టర్ స్వాతి కిషోర్ గారు, ప్రాచీన కళా కేంద్ర డైరెక్టర్ డాక్టర్ స్వాతి కిషోర్ గారు. డాక్టర్ స్వాతి కిషోర్ గారు, డాక్టర్ స్వాతి కిషోర్ గారు. అదేవిధంగా ఈ కార్యక్రమం ఇంత చక్కగా మనం బయట స్టాల్స్ యువకృతి చూసాం. ఆ యువకృతి మొత్తాన్ని సమన్వయపరిచి చాలా చక్కగా అద్భుతమైన స్టాల్స్ అరేంజ్మెంట్లో కళని ప్రోత్సహించడానికి హెల్ప్ చేసిన కళాసాగర్ గారు ఫ్రమ్ 64color.com. కళాసాగర్ గారు ప్లీజ్. అదేవిధంగా డాక్టర్ స్ఫూర్తి శ్రీనివాస్ గారు యువకృతి అండ్ తర్వాత కూర్చోండి మేడం. మనకి ఇక్కడ ఒక స్మాల్ అనౌన్స్మెంట్ ఉందండి. ఏ హ్యాపీ న్యూస్ ఫర్ అవర్ స్టేట్ యూత్ ఫెస్టివల్. ఈ స్టేట్ యూత్ ఫెస్టివల్ సంబంధించి మనం ఇండియన్ బుక్ ఆఫ్ రికార్డ్స్కి అప్లై చేయడం జరిగింది. సో ఇండియన్ బుక్ ఆఫ్ రికార్డ్స్ని అంటే డిఫరెంట్ కేటగిరీస్లో ఈ స్టేట్ యూత్ ఫెస్టివల్ ఇంతవరకు ఏ స్టేట్ కూడా ఓన్లీ కాంపిటీషన్ నిర్వహిస్తారు, కానీ నేషనల్ యూత్ ఫెస్టివల్ మోడ్లో ఇన్ని కాంపోనెంట్స్తో స్టేట్ యూత్ ఫెస్టివల్ ఏ స్టేట్ గవర్నమెంట్ ఆర్గనైజ్ చేయలేదు. దానికి ఆ కేటగిరీలో ఇండియన్ బుక్ ఆఫ్ రికార్డ్స్కి మనం అప్లై చేసి వాళ్ళకి మొత్తం డేటా పంపించడం జరిగింది. ఆ డేటా అంతా పరిశీలించిన తర్వాత ఇండియన్ బుక్ ఆఫ్ రికార్డ్స్ వాళ్ళు నిన్న నైట్ అనౌన్స్ చేశారు. ఈరోజు ఆ ప్రతినిధులు వచ్చి దే ఆర్ గోయింగ్ టు మేక్ సమ్ అనౌన్స్మెంట్. ప్లీజ్ హియర్ దిస్ అనౌన్స్మెంట్. థ్యాంక్ యూ. I request the representatives of Indian Book of Records to come on to the stage and to make the announcement. Thank you. I request representatives of Indian Book of Records to come onto the dais, please. Indian World Record, this certificate is proudly presented to Department of Youth Services, Government of Andhra Pradesh. Exceptional acclamation and ovation are conveyed to Department of Youth Services, Government of Andhra Pradesh for their unwavering commitment towards organizing youth festival, achieved with dedication, chiseled their legacy, mastered their will to prove nothing is impossible by organizing India's largest state youth festival organized by state government in India with multiple components in large and diversified participation from various locations of various categories to inspire, motivate and encourage. Come on, cheers guys. Indian Book of Records proudly honors Department of Youth Services, Government of Andhra Pradesh with Indian World Record with the title India's largest state youth festival, artified by Jignasa, educated by Dr. Pavani, educator, Indian Book of Records at Vijayawada, Andhra Pradesh, Dr. Vivekananda Babu K, founder editor, Indian Book of Records. So we request the representatives of Indian Book of Records to present this award to Honorable Commissioner, Department of Youth Services and MD Epistep, because of her relentless efforts, continuousగా అందరినీ మోటివేట్ చేస్తూ, గైడ్ చేస్తూ, ఇన్స్పైర్ చేస్తూ, ఆవిడ యొక్క ఎఫర్ట్స్ వల్లే ఈ ఇండియన్ ఫెస్టివల్ ఇంత గ్రాండ్గా ఇండియాస్ లార్జెస్ట్ స్టేట్ ఫెస్టివల్ రికార్డ్ వచ్చింది. సో ఐ రిక్వెస్ట్ representatives of Indian Book of Records to present this to our Commissioner. So as a part of this, Indian Book of Records is presenting these records to the people who are part of this. I request Commissioner Madam to present this record to Dr. C.H. Hanumantrao Sir, Dean, KL University, for supporting this largest national youth festival to happen in this place. Thank you, madam. Next, for youth summits, the award is presented to moderator Mr. K. Keshav-Ram. For youth summit category, Mr. K. Keshav-Ram. Yes, ma'am. For Mindful Mornings, it's presented Dr. N. Vidyasagar. For Mindful Mornings, Dr. N. Vidyasagar. Yeah, thank you. So, we thank the Deputy Director, Department of Youth Services, SVDS Ramakrishna Garu, for his wonderful support. We thank Assistant Director Swami Garu. We thank Sri Raghu Garu, and we thank Lakshman Garu, Superintendent Department of Youth Services, and all the official staff of Department of Youth Service for their wonderful support. I request Ramakrishna sir to submit the vote of thanks concluding State Youth Festival. Sir, please.
జిల్లాలు వేరండి, పిలిచండి ఒకసారి.
స్టేజ్ మీద కదా,
స్టేజ్ మీద అందరూ కాదు, ఒకటి
వద్దులేండి సార్, కింద ఇచ్చేద్దాం. సరే ఒకసారి అడగండి మళ్ళీ.
ఆయన ఏమన్నారు
సార్ స్టేజ్ మీద వెళ్ళమంటారు.
జిల్లా వారీగా ఇచ్చేద్దాం. ఇప్పుడు జిల్లా వారీగా పార్టిసిపేషన్ సర్టిఫికేట్స్ ఇవ్వడం జరుగుతుంది. వరుసగా అందరూ రెడీగా ఉండండి, అందరూ వచ్చేసేయండి. ఎవరైతే టీమ్ లీడర్స్ ఉన్నారో వారు ముఖ్యంగా లీడ్ చేయండి టీంని. ఫస్ట్ శ్రీకాకుళం, నెక్స్ట్ విజయనగరం, నెక్స్ట్ పార్వతీపురం. ఎవరుంటే వాళ్ళు రండి, క్విక్. శ్రీకాకుళం, విజయనగరం, పార్వతీపురం, విశాఖపట్నం, అల్లూరు సీతారామరాజు, అనకాపల్లి, చూసుకొని ఇస్తూ ఉండండి వరుసగా. కాకినాడ, ఈస్ట్ గోదావరి, కోనసీమ, రావచ్చు, అందరూ వరుసగా రావచ్చు. వెస్ట్ గోదావరి, ఏలూరు,
నెక్స్ట్ ఎన్టీఆర్ డిస్ట్రిక్ట్, ఎన్టీఆర్ డిస్ట్రిక్ట్, కృష్ణా డిస్ట్రిక్ట్, ఎన్టీఆర్ డిస్ట్రిక్ట్, కృష్ణా డిస్ట్రిక్ట్, నా ఫోన్ ఇది, నా ఫోన్. ఎన్టీఆర్ డిస్ట్రిక్ట్, కృష్ణా డిస్ట్రిక్ట్, గుంటూరు డిస్ట్రిక్ట్, పల్నాడు డిస్ట్రిక్ట్, బాపట్ల డిస్ట్రిక్ట్, గుంటూరు, పల్నాడు, బాపట్ల, గుంటూరు, పల్నాడు, బాపట్ల, ప్రకాశం, గుంటూరు, పల్నాడు, బాపట్ల. నెక్స్ట్ ప్రకాశం, ప్రకాశం, నెక్స్ట్ నెల్లూరు, నెల్లూరు, నెక్స్ట్ నెల్లూరు, నెక్స్ట్ చిత్తూరు, 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 నెక్స్ట్ తిరుపతి, తిరుపతి, నెక్స్ట్ కడప. నెక్స్ట్ కర్నూల్. నెక్స్ట్ నంద్యాల. అయిపోయింది సార్. నంద్యాల. అండ్ జయచంద్ర ఫ్రమ్ కడప. కర్రసాము కత్తిసాము అద్భుత ప్రదర్శనతో నిన్న చాలా అద్భుతంగా ప్రదర్శన ఇచ్చి ఎంతోమంది విద్యార్థులను కత్తిసాములో శిక్షణ ఇచ్చి ఈవెన్ జాతీయ యువజనోత్సవాల్లో కూడా ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ రాష్ట్రాన్ని రిప్రజెంట్ చేసిన జయచంద్ర టీంకి. And we thank Indian Book of Records and their representatives for coming all the way from Hyderabad to give away this award to the representatives Pulakanti Srihari Garu. He is an MTech of IISc Bangalore, All India first ranker, 3 times in GATE, first ranker in ESET, first ranker in CEP, trained more than 4,000 engineers across the country who are directors, IAS officers in various positions. So thanks to Sri Hari Garu of Indian Book of Records and thanks to Vivekananda Babu of IIT Kharagpur who is the keeper of Indian Book of Records. We request Dr. SVDS Ramakrishna Garu, Deputy Director, Department of Youth Service to give away vote of thanks for this State Youth Festival 2023. Sir, please.
Okay, madam. So, అందరికీ కూడా నమస్కారం. రాష్ట్ర యువజన సంక్షేమ శాఖ నిర్వహించినటువంటి ఈ యువజనోత్సవాల్లో పాల్గొన్నటువంటి కళాకారులందరికీ కూడా యువజన సంక్షేమ శాఖ తరఫున ధన్యవాదాలు తెలియజేసుకుంటున్నాను. అదేవిధంగా ఈ ప్రాంగణాన్ని అందించి మాకు అన్ని విధాల సహాయ సహకారాలు అందించినటువంటి కేఎల్ యూనివర్సిటీ యాజమాన్యానికి, ముఖ్యంగా హనుమంతరావు గారికి, అదేవిధంగా కాలేజీ ప్రిన్సిపాల్ గారికి, రిజిస్ట్రార్ గారికి, వీసీ గారికి అందరికీ కూడా మా ధన్యవాదాలు తెలియజేసుకుంటున్నాను. మరీ ముఖ్యంగా చెప్పాలంటే జిజ్ఞాసకు సంబంధించినటువంటి ఆర్గనైజేషను డిపార్ట్మెంట్ ఆఫ్ యూత్ సర్వీసెస్కి భార్గవ్, యూ హ్యావ్ డన్ ఎ వెరీ గుడ్ జాబ్. గాడ్ బ్లెస్ యూ అమ్మా. మా అంచనాలు కూడా మించిపోయావు ఈసారి. సో ఐఎమ్ వెరీ వెరీ హ్యాపీ. ఎందుకంటే ఇంత బ్రహ్మాండంగా ఇన్ని కార్యక్రమాలు ఈ విధంగా చేయడం నిజంగానే స్టేట్ యూత్ ఫెస్టివల్లో ఫస్ట్ ఆఫ్ ఇట్స్ కైండ్. మనం ఇప్పటివరకు కాంపిటీషన్స్ కండక్ట్ చేసామే కానీ యోగా అని, మైండ్ఫుల్ మార్నింగ్స్ అని, యూత్ సమిట్ అని, యువకృతి అని ఇన్ని రకాలుగా ఎప్పుడూ చేయలేదు. ఓ రకంగా చెప్పాలంటే నేషనల్ యూత్ ఫెస్టివల్ చేసేసాం ఇక్కడ మనం, అంతే కదా. నేషనల్ యూత్ ఫెస్టివల్లో రాష్ట్రాలు వస్తాయి, ఇక్కడ జిల్లాలు వచ్చాయి. ఆల్మోస్ట్ నేషనల్ యూత్ ఫెస్టివల్ చేశాము. నెక్స్ట్ టైం కనుక మనకు నేషనల్ యూత్ ఫెస్టివల్ వచ్చిందంటే ఖచ్చితంగా నడిపించగలం అనేటువంటి ఒక కాన్ఫిడెన్స్ ఇచ్చింది ఇప్పుడు మనకి కదా. దీనికి అందరికీ, మీకు, మన టీం అందరికీ ఎవరైతే ఉన్నారో వాళ్ళందరికీ కూడా ఒక్క నిమిషం సార్, అందరికీ ముఖ్యంగా ధన్యవాదాలు తెలియజేసుకుంటున్నాను. సో ముఖ్యంగా మీడియాలో ఏదైతే పేపర్లో వచ్చిన దానికి, ఛానల్స్ వాళ్ళకి అందరికీ కూడా, ఇక్కడ పనిచేసిన ప్రతి ఒక్కరికి కూడా పేరు పేరున కూడా అందరికీ కూడా కృతజ్ఞతలు తెలియజేసుకుంటున్నాను. మరీ ముఖ్యంగా మా డిపార్ట్మెంట్ స్టాఫ్, యూత్ సర్వీసెస్ కానీ, ఏపీ స్టెప్ కానీ, డిస్ట్రిక్ట్ సొసైటీస్ నుంచి వచ్చినటువంటి ఎంప్లాయీస్ అందరికీ కూడా మరీ ధన్యవాదాలు తెలియజేసుకుంటూ, ఫస్ట్ ప్రైజ్ వచ్చిన వాళ్ళందరికీ కూడా రేపు పొద్దున, ఇప్పుడు చాలామంది ఖాళీ అయిపోయారు తెలుసుకోండి, రేపు పొద్దునే బస్ బయలుదేరుతుంది నాసిక్కి. కైండ్లీ బీ రెడీ. మీ పేరు ఎన్రోల్ అయిందో లేదో చూసుకోండి. సో ఎవరైతే వెళ్తున్నారో వాళ్ళందరికీ కూడా ఆల్ ద బెస్ట్. సో అక్కడ వెళ్ళిన తర్వాత మన పెర్ఫార్మెన్సెస్ ఏపీకి సంబంధించినంత వరకు మన ఏపీ కంటింజెంట్ బాగా చేయాలని చెప్పేసి ఆశిస్తూ అందరికీ కూడా నమస్కారం, ధన్యవాదాలు. థ్యాంక్ యూ.
రేపు ఎన్టీఆర్ అని పిలిచారంటే ఇప్పుడు ఎవరు